I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 16, 2021 by the member for Banff Airdrie concerning the meeting of Standing Committee on Health on February 12, 2021, and on the interpretation services made available to members for committee business. Following a detailed description of the event that unfolded during the meeting of the Standing Committee on Health, the member argued that a breach of members' privilege occurred when the committee chair decided to suspend the meeting, invoking an anticipated lack of the support necessary to continue working. The member feels that there was an interference with the exercise of members' parliamentary functions. The member also mentioned a technical problem related to the interpretation at the moment that the member for Beauport-Limoilou was prepared to vote. Les députés de Calgary-Nose Hill,
the members for Calgary-Nose Hill, Salaberry-sur-Roi, Vancouver-Kingsway, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and Brandon Souris, as well as the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House, also added their comments on this matter.
The member for Banff Airdrie raises an important question related to the administration services for which I am responsible. It would be remiss of me not to ensure that the support offered to parliamentarians, individually and collectively, meets their expectations in every respect. On that matter, the difficulties of communication and support for members encountered last Friday are regrettable. I wish to reaffirm for members that the House administration and its partners are wholly capable of providing the support necessary to committee's operations. The question now facing the House is whether, in the context of the pandemic, certain situations, while quite justified, will eventually put a strain on the approach taken in recent months and the resources that are available to us, despite best intentions. The exceptional dedication shown by the individuals involved and clearly expressed desire to meet members' expectations, resources are not unlimited. We should seize the opportunity to ensure that this does not arise again, while also ensuring that parliamentary proceedings continue to respect our rules and traditions. The new reality confronting us requires us to be particularly vigilant, to communicate and to provide timely updates, and to ensure close coordination with the staff required for each committee meeting. Par conséquent, j'ai demandé que l'administration
I have therefore asked the administration, in collaboration with its partners, to review the organization of the service offer and to add a protocol to be followed in certain circumstances. This protocol would allow the whips to be informed at all times of specific situations that should be brought to their attention, and to take the necessary measures in accordance with the order adopted last January 25th. It is in fact up to the whips of the recognized parties to agree on the priority of use of the House's resources. I cannot overemphasize the importance of these discussions, and I am counting on their cooperation.
I thus hope to respond to the suggestion of the Chief Opposition Whip, who demonstrated openness by suggesting that he was prepared to envision a more effective and appropriate solution to the circumstances. Lastly, while the Chair is aware of how important it is to members that our rules and traditions be respected, and of certain issues that the House committee sometimes face, there is a well-established practice that speakers are required to follow that prevent them from intervening before the report from the committee has been submitted to the House. The member for Banff Airdrie recognized that fact in his statement. I thank the honourable members for their attention. Whoops. There we go. Now, Rob Moore, what is his right? I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Yes, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today on a question of privilege concerning the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
I just want to interrupt for a moment. I'm not sure your camera is on, if you want to turn it on and start from the beginning. Or are we working, or is it functional? Okay, a point of order to a point of order. Is it?
Based on the decision that you have made, I think you will reach out. The whip of the official opposition is trying to get in contact with us in the House of Commons by internet, so it's coming in a few seconds. There is some difficulty, and as you know, it was asked by him. So I think before addressing any other issue, you should reach out the whip of the official opposition.
Go to the honourable member for Fundy Royal. Is it okay if we continue to the honourable opposition whip? Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it okay? I just want to confirm that it's okay. I believe the honourable whip for the opposition has a word to say, and we'll come back to the honourable member for Fundy Royal if that's okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, there you are. Good.
In our age of Zoom, of course, technical challenge can arise, and my Surface Pro this morning decided it was going to be problematic. I just logged in, but I did not have a chance to hear your ruling. Of course, I was prepared and am prepared to move the appropriate motion should you have found a prima facie case, but I unfortunately missed your ruling as a result of the technical challenges and do not know whether in fact it's appropriate for me to do so at this point.
Okay, very good. With the consent of the House, what we'll do... Oh, sorry, 1 second.
You ruled that there's no motion to move.
Very good. There is no question of privilege, so there is no reason to move. So what we'll do is we'll go back to the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm rising on a question of privilege concerning the recent disclosure and premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Yesterday, the CBC posted online at 8:47 a.m. an article that outlined details of Bill C-22. Bill C-22 was in fact introduced in the House later that morning. The article, Mr. Speaker, outlines several measures contained in the bill, including amendments to the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, and the elimination of several mandatory minimum penalties. The article also boasts the reliance on sources, not unlike the case I raised with you, in fact, on another matter of privilege almost 1 year ago. On February 25th, 2020, I was on my feet in the House defending the privileges of this House on the matter of the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. In that case, the Canadian Press posted an article that disclosed the details of the bill before it was introduced in the House and after the bill went on notice. On March 10th, 2020, you came back to this House with your ruling, and you said, and I quote, "Based on a reading of the Canadian Press article on Bill C-7 on medical assistance in dying, and in the absence of any explanation to the contrary, I must conclude that the anonymous sources mentioned were well aware of our customs and practices and chose to ignore them. It seems clear to me that the content of the bill was disclosed prematurely while it was on notice and before it was introduced in the House. The rule on the confidentiality of bills on notice exists to ensure that members, in their role as legislators, are the first to know their content when they are introduced. Although it is completely legitimate to carry out consultations when developing a bill or to announce one's intention to introduce a bill by referencing to its public title available on the notice paper and order paper, it is forbidden to reveal specific measures contained in a bill at the time it is put on notice." End quote. As everyone knows, the Department of Justice, unfortunately, has a history of leaking the contents of government bills. On April 19, 2016, the Speaker found that there was a prima facie case of privilege regarding Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, and said at the time, quote, as honorable members know, one of my most important responsibilities as Speaker is to safeguard the rights and privileges of members, individually and collectively. Central to the matter before us today is the fact that due to its preeminent role in the legislative process, the House cannot allow precise legislative information to be distributed to others before it has been made accessible to all members. Previous speakers have regularly upheld not only this fundamental right, but also expectation of the House, end quote. Another question of privilege was raised on March 19, 2001, regarding, once again, the Department of Justice briefing the media on a bill before members of Parliament. In that ruling, Speaker Milliken said at page 1840 of the House of Commons debates, quote, in preparing legislation, the government may wish to hold extensive consultations, and such consultations may be held entirely at the government's discretion. However, with respect to a material to be placed before Parliament, the House must take precedence. Once a bill has been placed on notice, whether it has been presented in a different form to a different session of Parliament has no bearing, and the bill is considered a new matter. The convention of confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary, not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role that the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation. End quote. The Speaker found another case of contempt on October 15, 2001, involving, once again, Mr. Speaker, they just don't seem to learn, involving the Department of Justice, after it briefed the media on the contents of a bill prior to the legislation being introduced in the House. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, being asked once again to deal with the contemptuous actions of the Minister of Justice and his justice team. We've had countless rulings from the Speaker, from the Chair. The House has expressed itself on numerous occasions. We have had frequent debates and extensive committee studies. The message is crystal clear, yet the responsible minister continues to draft bills and then leak those bills to the media, ignoring the will of this House. I ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege, and I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has some additional information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has, and this side of the House has listened to what the member had to say, and we would like the opportunity to respond at a later time if you would wait for your ruling until we have an opportunity to do that.
Okay, I will take this under advisement and return with a ruling in due course, so that should give enough time, I believe, to get things done. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, our country faces an immense crisis. It's a health crisis and it's a financial crisis, the likes of which we've never seen before. So I want to address my remarks to the millions of Canadians who worry about their future and worry about the country their children and grandchildren will inherit. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I am a grandfather. Thank you, CBC, for recognizing that. In fact, I'm an OPA 11 times over. I love my grandkids, and it is their future I'm worried about. They're the ones who are stuck with the $1 trillion bill created by this pandemic. And it's our response to this crisis that will determine whether we leave them with a bright future or leave them shackled to crippling taxes, languishing economic growth, and declining socioeconomic outcomes. Now, this government faces an enormous challenge. That is clear. But our job as opposition is twofold. We perform a challenge function. We hold the government to account for its actions and policies, and provide parliamentary oversight. I know that's something the finance minister doesn't really welcome. She's demanded that we abandon those functions and simply rubber stamp hundreds of billions of dollars of borrowing and spending. That's downright reckless, and we're not going to do it. But we've also proposed constructive solutions, like fixing the CERB and the wage subsidy programs. So I'd like to propose a few more. The government's fall economic statement, Bill C-14, should give us pause to consider, does this Liberal government have a robust plan for the future? And I've concluded that it does not. True, the statement delivers badly needed additional support to Canadians in their time of need, such as a top-up to the Canada Child Benefit and interest relief on student loans. And we support all of those benefits. In fact, we called for them. But thousands of Canadians still feel abandoned because of poorly designed and confusing programs and the Prime Minister's unwillingness to recognize the scope of the crisis in certain regions of the country. Bill C-14 does something else. It dramatically increases the amount that the government can borrow, in fact, by $700 billion, and sets aside $100 billion of discretionary spending. So with hundreds of billions of dollars at his disposal, one would expect that the Prime Minister would present Canadians with a cogent and defensible plan that both supports Canadians in their time of need and tackles the immense fiscal challenges ahead. He hasn't done so. The Prime Minister boldly stated that, quote, Canadians are in for a hard winter, but we know that spring will surely follow. That's because we have a plan. Plentiful vaccines are around the corner, end quote. He even audaciously claimed that things are in good shape. Well, my message to the Prime Minister is this. Things are not in good shape. I've not met one constituent who believes that things are in good shape in our country. In December, 53,000 Canadians became unemployed. Last month, over 200,000 more lost their jobs. So, Speaker, the government is heading in the wrong direction, and the mounting deficits and debt are staggering. So the Prime Minister is spending billions, yet millions of Canadians are being left behind. The fall economic statement fails to put forward a serious plan for the future. There's no successful plan to roll out vaccines, no plan for job creation or for small businesses, no plan to secure our long-term future, and no roadmap to manage the massive financial liability our country is incurring to support Canadians in their time of need right now. Now, the Prime Minister's number one responsibility is to give Canadians hope. They want their lives back. They want their jobs back. They want their small businesses back. They want their health and their schools and their places of worship and their communities back. Yet the Prime Minister has provided no confidence that things might soon return to normal. All we have is a trail of broken promises on things like vaccines, on rapid testing, on containing the virus. The reality is there is no plan, and a vague promise to spend billions more is not leadership. So what would Conservatives do differently, and why do we believe we could do better? Well, let me answer both questions by providing, as I promised, some constructive advice to the government. First, no recovery is possible until the majority of Canadians have been vaccinated. To date, the Prime Minister has failed to deliver vaccines as and when he promised. So I say to him, do what was promised. Deliver the 6 million doses by the end of March, and then keep your word and make vaccines available to all Canadians by the end of September. More than 52 countries around the world are now doing it better than this Prime Minister. And while he's at it, remove the shroud of secrecy around the vaccines. Let Canadians see exactly what's been negotiated with Moderna, Pfizer, and others. Second, address the declining competitiveness of our economy. In recent years, Canada has lost an historic amount of domestic and foreign investment due to a loss of investor confidence. We lag far behind our fiercest competitors. The government must address the lack of access to capital and talent, and the significant regulatory, commercialization, and interprovincial barriers that discourage investors from creating economic growth here at home. Third, no more taxes. Canadians are already taxed to the max. The financial burden on Canadian families has only worsened. Carbon taxes, new taxes on Airbnbs, on cross-border digital commerce, increased CPP contributions, a clean fuel standard. Stop. People are exhausted, and there's nothing left to give. Fourth, with close to 1 million Canadians out of work, the reality is that many of these jobs will not come back. So does the government have an effective plan for retraining unemployed Canadians for the jobs of tomorrow? I haven't seen it. Fifth, economists point out that our aging population is putting a tremendous squeeze on our labor force, undermining our competitiveness when we can least afford it. How do we replace the baby boomers as they retire and exit the economy? Where's the strategy to find talent and train the best and brightest to rebuild our country? Sixth, small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy and employ over 8 million people. Without targeted support, some 240,000 of these businesses will have to be shuttered forever. It's a tragedy in the making. So what's the government doing about it? Here's a suggestion. Small businesses, unlike the big corporations, they need enhanced liquidity. As they close up shop and wonder what's next, they need immediate emergency support and longer-term financial tools to reorganize, reopen safely, and adapt to a transformed business landscape. Will this government make improved support available? Seventh, I note that the Prime Minister has promoted ambitious investments in critical infrastructure, but most are still stuck in Ottawa. And this is not the time for him to treat billions of dollars as his personal piggy bank to win the next election. I call for him to champion nation-building investments that make our economy more competitive. That should include things like gateway infrastructure, ports, railways, bridges. Should include energy infrastructure. And please get these investments out the door. So far, it's been all talk and no action. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, our country faces a massive fiscal challenge. Speaker, I'm asking this government to exercise discipline and put in place the fiscal anchors, the targets and the rules that will stabilize our nation's finances so that our children and grandchildren can actually see some light at the end of the tunnel. What's the government's debt target? How will it be achieved? What budgetary constraints is the government considering? Where did billions in spending go? Are taxes going up? Are we still committed to a declining debt to GDP ratio? Canadians have a right to know. Canadians also have a right to ask us, the opposition, what makes us think we could do any better. Well, Mr. Speaker, I just refer you to the great global recession of 2008-2009, when this country, like so many others, took a hit. But it was a conservative government that skillfully managed spending and investment so that Canada was the last G7 country to enter that recession and the very first to emerge. And then we carefully set the fiscal anchors, stabilizing our nation's finances and securing our country's future. So can we do it again? I believe we can, because our kids and grandkids are counting on us. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to the member on his new appointment. Hopefully he will result to fewer personal attacks than his predecessor was, and I encourage him and wish him best in his new role. And congratulations on being an OPA 11 times over. My father is only 3 times over, and yet to think of the immense joy that he must get out of having 11 grandchildren truly is incredible. I do find it interesting, Madam Speaker, that he talked about this government not being interested in oversight, given that the previous government that he was a minister of was involved in muzzling scientists and slashing funding to those oversight boards. But my question, as it relates specifically to the supports for Canadians that he's been criticizing, is that he voted in favor of these supports. All members of his party voted in favor of these supports, and these supports have had meaningful changes to Canadians. Would he not agree that because of the supports that he voted in favor of, so many more Canadians were taken care of than otherwise would have been?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that good question. On the issue of oversight, when you think about the fact that the Minister of Finance in the last couple of days issued a letter complaining that the opposition was delaying benefits to Canadians, it's false, it's patently false. We're dealing with hundreds of billions of dollars of spending. Oversight is critical. And I want to say to this member, had he listened to my speech, he would have noticed that I confirmed all of these benefits and support programs. We as Conservatives have actually supported them. And we will continue to support them. In fact, we are going to come up with our own programs that are going to serve Canadians well right now in their time of need, while looking at the future as well, where we face an immense challenge fiscally.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague with his great speech. You talked about the future and you talked about economic growth for this country. I would like you to elaborate a bit on the lack of understanding, it appears, with this government around competitiveness and continuing to burden individuals and businesses with additional taxes and impeding their ability to compete. If Canada is going to grow out of this economy, we have to be competitive. Any thoughts on this?
Just want to remind the member he's to address the questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you for that great question. One of the biggest economic challenges facing our country is a lack of competitiveness, especially vis-a-vis the United States. And he will recall that when the previous American administration was elected, they dramatically reduced taxes on businesses across the United States. In Canada, we kept our taxes high. And over the last 5 years, we have witnessed an historic flight of capital from Canada. I mean, we've never seen it this bad ever before. And we need to do much better. And in my speech, I mentioned a number of things that we have to work on, like commercialization, improving how we deal with innovation in our country to make sure that we grow these businesses right here at home rather than sending them abroad.
A brief question, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in response to the member's comments, a recent poll showed that 3/4 of Canadians actually support a tax on the super wealthy. Now, this is an initiative that could stimulate the economy, but also make sure that the people at the very, very top pay their fair share. I'm curious about the member's opinion on this.
A brief answer from the member for Abbotsford.
Yeah, that's also a good question. One of the things that we as an opposition proposed in our dissenting opinion on the pre-budget consultations at the Finance Committee is to undertake taxation reform in Canada, do a comprehensive review of taxation in Canada to ensure that taxation is fair, to ensure that everybody pays their fair share, and to ensure that the tax burden on businesses, the job creators, the wealth creators in Canada, the ones that generate prosperity, are at a point where we can actually compete and use that to leverage economic prosperity for our country.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to ask Canadians, whom do they trust? Do they trust this government and its handling of the pandemic? Or do they trust the Conservative Party, which I hope will earn their trust in the future and form a government? what I've gone through is the Parliamentary Budget Officer's review of the fall economic statement, including the contents of the fall economic statement that the government has proposed. So whom do they trust, I think, is the best question to ask. And there's a Yiddish proverb, which I love Yiddish proverbs. Trust one eye more than what you hear with two ears. And I've read and I've heard the debate so far from various members on the statement, on the contents of what's going to happen over the next few months from this update and what the government expects to do. So let's admit a few things. The government doesn't have guardrails. It used to call these fiscal anchors, which was fiscal measures that they were going to test themselves against to make sure they weren't going to get Canada's public finances off the rail. Then they started calling them guardrails, the language that appears in the fall economic statement. It also appears in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's review. And in that review, the PBO says that between $70 to $100 billion of spending has nothing to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. It's the pet projects of the Liberals, more spending that they're doing that has really nothing to do with addressing a national health emergency. In that same fall economic statement, when you look at the different figures that they're proposing, there is $86.8 billion being proposed of new spending measures, add-ons to programs, new programs entirely, and other changes that are being made. And the biggest differences that the PBO found between their analysis of the numbers and their projections and their modeling is that economic assumptions on how fast the economy will rebound varies greatly. And the biggest differences you find in there when you look at the numbers is the government has very rosy projections on job growth into the future, on economic growth, and on the opportunities Canadians and residents of my riding will have to find a job post-pandemic once everything returns to normal. And that normal keeps being put off as the government has botched the vaccine distribution and hasn't made it possible for the provinces to get vaccines to those who want them. I had a picture sent to me from a supporter of mine in Lethbridge, a completely empty vaccination facility, just waiting for vaccines to come from the federal government so they can get them to people who want them. And that's what we're facing in Alberta. We're facing a federal government that either doesn't care, is not competent enough, and can't be trusted to get it right. When you look at the PBO's figures for jobs, back in July of 2020, the CBC was reporting, based on Statistics Canada information, probably the Labour Force survey, that we were, at July 2020, about 2 million jobs behind. So 2 million Canadians had lost their jobs during pandemic. In the summer months, it started to go down again. More people were being employed, returning to their work they had before. Many of those jobs were lost again. When you go into the employment numbers that are predicted in the fall economic statement, it will take 5 years just to recover the jobs we lost to get to the same level of employment pre-pandemic. It ignores things like population growth. It completely ignores the fact that we had a high unemployment rate before, especially in Alberta, especially amongst young people. We have an unemployment rate of 9.4% officially, but that hides the fact that a lot of young people, a lot of students are underemployed, perhaps there's a lot of people who are facing this, especially in my riding, they're facing this, are furloughed. So they have employment, but they're not being paid, or they're only working 1 day a week. You cannot raise a family on a day a week of work. That's the reality. They're not captured in these employment numbers. And then when you look at the employment numbers in the fall economic statement, it'll take 5 years just to get back to pre-COVID numbers. And like I said, it doesn't account for the population growth, the people who will come to Canada to immigrate here, to pick up jobs, and to grow our economy, to start these small businesses. That's a huge indictment and a failure of the government to plan and to put forward something that people can actually trust. Because at the end of the day, small businesses, entrepreneurs, larger businesses will make investments based on their confidence levels in the economy, that they can actually earn a return on the people they hire to manufacture new goods, to provide new services to Canadians. And to me, that's an indictment. That's right there. They're saying we don't trust the government. We don't trust the fall economic statement. We don't trust their numbers. We don't trust their plans. We have no trust in the future, and so we're not going to invest large sums. something that the member for Abbotsford mentioned before, so I'm going to mention it as well because I think he was exactly on point. Our leader received on February 16, 2021, a letter from the finance minister claiming that we were somehow delaying passage of C-14. Well, I've looked at the business of the House during this week, and this was up for debate once this week. Once. The government sets the agenda. The government can decide which bills are being debated on. If C-14 is a priority, then give members of this chamber a chance to debate the merits of the bill and present the facts, look at the numbers, provide input from our constituents. Instead of claiming that we're delaying something, we've already seen this during this pandemic. I think we were pretty reasonable. Aggressively reasonable is what our leader used to say. When it was required, we made sure that the government got emergency legislation passed so that programs could be set up to help Canadians. And every single time, we even met on Easter Saturday to pass a bill. We let Bill 20 pass despite the fact that we had a lot of questions on how the different reporting periods were going to work, and we passed it in July 2020. And then after the fact, we had to go back and fix the mistakes, or the government would have to find regulatory means to fix various mistakes in legislation. And now we're being told again to rush things. And I'm sure there'll be perhaps a member of the government caucus who will stand and they will say that, well, you voted for all these programs, so you voted for them then, you should keep voting for them now. We agreed to set up programs. If the government takes away your ability to earn a living, the government owes you compensation. It's a regulatory taking. It's a national health emergency, so take it seriously. I agree with those ideas, those concepts. And I think it's important to pass meaningful legislation that will help people who need it. But to claim that we're somehow delaying it because we simply want to do the role of the opposition, which is to review the bill correctly and provide the voice of our constituents into it. People are frustrated at home. They've been stuck at home now for almost a year. In many cases, and depending on which province you live in, the restrictions have been much deeper, much more broad than in other provinces, and people are frustrated because they want to see an out. What's the plan to get out, and what will normal look like again once the pandemic is over with? It's a legitimate question to ask. Many members on my side have also pointed out we have the highest unemployment numbers today, higher than at any point if you go back all the way to fiscal quarter 4, so Q4 of 2015. That's how bad things have become. We are behind G7 countries. We are behind many of the G20 countries, our main competitors for new markets, our main competitors for manufacturing and factory building and services. We're behind. And I think when it comes down to the issue of trust is, a lot of people in my constituency who are energy workers, are oil and gas workers, they have skill sets that could be used by the marketplace, but they just cannot find employment. And I've been going around to businesses in my riding, both big and small, to find out what is it that the federal government could do to support them, to come alongside them. They don't want a subsidy. They just want to be able to earn a living. Again, from providing a service, from providing a product that other people would want. I was in a bit, you've given me the signal, Madam Speaker, my time is up. So I will mention lastly that to claim somehow that we're delaying this unnecessarily, we're simply doing due diligence. Because this is an incredibly important fall economic statement, updating their numbers ahead of the budget that will come down. Incredibly important because how we get out of this pandemic will determine whether millions of Canadians will have opportunities to find jobs or not. So the question is, do you trust this government? Because I don't.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you can't trust the Conservative Party. The reality is that we'll spend more time this week on Conservative chosen debates, their agenda, than we will on actually government bills. The Conservatives prevented us from being able to debate Bill C-14 earlier this week. They play a destructive role often inside the House of Commons, choosing to filibuster and prevent legislation from passing. That is something that they have consistently done. That's the reality. My question to the member is he's focusing on trust and confidence. Let me ask him, would he not agree that the facts are there? that under 10 years of Harper, there was about 1 million jobs created. Under less than 5 years of this administration, we created over 1 million jobs. So once again, the reality is that Canadians can have more confidence in the Liberal Party of Canada than the Conservative Party of Canada. That is the facts and the reality.
Or Calgary Shepherd.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member obviously hasn't read his own fall economic statement. It'll take 5 years before we recover the jobs we lost during this pandemic. And I don't know, it should be some type of award given to the member. That member probably has the most words spoken in the last parliament and this parliament too. So we're going to talk about a member filibustering his own bills. That member deserves the award for it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my honourable colleague, I heard him mention Canada's present unemployment rate. And I've heard the Minister of Finance claim that our unemployment, our jobs are returning at a faster rate in percentage terms to our neighbour to the south. I wonder if my honourable colleague could comment, given that we still have such a high unemployment relative, this is simply mathematics on how the unemployment rate was, is it not?
Calgary Shepherd.
So my colleague, his constituents are lucky to have him as a representative in Chatham-Kent-Leamington. He's absolutely right. Again, going back to the jobs numbers just in the fall economic statement, in the assumptions that they make between the PBO's analysis and looking at the labor force survey, we are far, far behind. And we're going to stay behind because there's nothing in the statement itself, there's nothing in the updated numbers that are going to get more Canadians back to work, to offset and increase beyond that with our population growth and the new opportunities to close that gap that existed before the pandemic of people who are underemployed, who are furloughed, who couldn't find job opportunities.
And comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, to answer his question about who do Canadians trust, according to Abacus data on February 6th, 71% of Canadians said they approved of the job that the government is doing in supporting the economic needs of Canadians. I think it's clear that Canadians trust this government to help them out. But to ask him a specific question, he was talking about, the amount of, deliberation and reflection on this bill that the opposition needs to do before they can vote on it. Fair enough. I mean, that's legitimate. They need to do their job. Can he give us an indication as to how much time they need? Will the end of today be good? Do they need another week, perhaps 2 weeks? If we could at least get a timeline, that certainly would be helpful. I really wish Canadians, Madam Speaker, understood the dynamics of what happens in here and the delay tactics, because inevitably a member is going to stand up from the other side, put forward an amendment which resets the roster on everybody speaking again. So can you give us an indication as to how much time is required?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have the benefit, you've given me an indication, short answer. I have the benefit of having been elected the caucus chair for the members on my side. And when I look to them, they're the ones that will decide how long we should present the ideas from our constituents to this House so the government can listen to them, because it hasn't been listening to them. And one poll on one day is, ruling by polling is not the way to do things. We want things to be done for the best interests of Canadians, long term. That's what Canadians want. That's what our constituents expect, is to come here and represent them and their views as they call us and email us complaining about the various government programs and the botched vaccine rollout of this government.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I'd like to begin my speech by telling my colleagues that in Quebec, people trust the Bloc Québécois. So I'd like to talk about the substance of this. We are in favor of C-14 because there are positive things in it, including the benefit, the child benefit. That's an ad hoc increase that is positive in our view. And the commercial rent assistance, there's an adjustment to include the amounts payable, and that's positive. But there's something lacking, and that's something that the Liberals should have listened to, the proposals, the constructive proposals of the opposition. We wanted owners to have access to support, and that's still missing. And for students, we think it's only to be expected that students would be supported, but Quebec has its own program, and we'd like to have equivalent compensation for our program. The bill also amends the Food and Drugs Act to facilitate imports of vaccines and so on, and we think that's a good thing, but something important is missing. There's no amendment to the Patents Act, nothing to facilitate the development of vaccines domestically. We all know it's too late, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, to develop a vaccine now here in Canada. But in the future, we could learn lessons from the incredible mistakes that have been made. For example, Dr. Gary Kobinger of Laval University developed a vaccine very quickly with the first $1 million. And when he came to ask for additional funding, that was declined. And the Prime Minister has the nerve to say that he had to make do with the first $1 million. But I think we need to trust our people. Is it an attempt to discourage Quebec so that Quebecers can't feel proud of their own researchers? Wouldn't it be better if we were independent? And the answer, Madam Speaker, is quite clear, because the Premier of Quebec thinks that the project was a good one and decided to fund it, even though it shouldn't be up to Quebec to fund it. The federal government should be funding things within its jurisdiction instead of getting in the way of Quebec and the provinces. There's an extension of the Regional Recovery Fund. We think that's positive, but only 25% will go to tourism businesses, or we feel that more should have gone to tourism businesses. And then when it comes to long-term care, you know what the needs are in Quebec. We don't just need ad hoc increases. We need permanent, ongoing boosts to the health transfers. When it comes to loans, it's worrisome, the amount of loans. The PBO did some forecasting and expressed concerns about the finance minister's huge capacity to loan even more. So we have a question about the amount here. We don't know the details of who the loans could go to. I have some ideas I think they're good ideas, and I would encourage Liberals to look at our recovery plan, the Bloc Québécois recovery plan, which we published in the fall. We consulted people over the summer, people out there in the field. We took precautions, of course, but I think it's important to point out what the real needs are, and the recovery fund is an opportunity to solve problems. For one example, the pyrrhotite crisis in Quebec. An announcement was made by the Quebec government around Christmas. There was a working group between the federal and provincial governments, but the federal government was absent from that announcement. And I hope that the recovery plan will earmark funds for programs like that. This pyrrhotite crisis has been going on for far too long. It was also announced that there would be a credit facility for hard-hit sectors, but there still have been no details 2 months later. People in the tourism, hotel, cultural, arts, and events sectors have been asking us questions, and we can't answer them because we're not getting answers from the federal government. We are here to cooperate. We're open-minded. We have an outstretched hand, but you have to work with us. Those programs need to be put in place quickly. There are also some ad hoc needs. For example, there's an outfitter in my riding. They often have flooding. And I raised this case in the House. I worked with the finance minister's office, but we didn't get much, despite all the great speeches and the receptiveness expressed in the House, and also for sugar bushes. People aren't getting access to the wage subsidy. And aerospace, Madam Speaker, aerospace, nothing is being done there. Is the government's goal, are they trying to kill the aerospace industry? Are they aware that Montreal is one of the only places where you can build an airplane from beginning to end in Canada currently? Is there a hidden agenda? Do they want us to be dependent on other countries in that sector too? We know how to manage things, and I think if we were independent, we could manage things better, because the federal government currently, by doing nothing, is undermining everyone in the aerospace industry. They're forcing people to refund by not forcing the airlines to refund passengers' tickets, they're basically subsidizing the airlines industry, but they're turning their backs on aerospace. It doesn't make sense. Why the difference, the differential treatment for these two industries, the airlines and the aerospace industry? Now, 22%, Madam Speaker, is a ridiculous amount. In the economic statement, they announced up to $1 billion for long-term care, and the federal contribution to healthcare is only 22%. But the federal government can write a check and send it to Quebec, but they should not be imposing conditions on the provinces and Quebec when it comes to long-term care. Read the contract you signed. I would encourage you to do that. Healthcare comes under provincial jurisdiction, and so there should be no strings attached when additional funds are provided for long-term care. And no standards should be imposed, no national standards should be imposed. So there's a lack of staff, there's a lack of resources, there's a lack of money. And the solution is to boost federal health transfers. I don't know how many times we have to say this over and over again, but that's the solution: increase transfers. There are some other things I wanted to mention. The federal government should not be setting conditions on funding for long-term care, as I said. And when it comes to tourism, I'd like to come back to that. It's very important. There are 400,000 workers in that industry. $15 billion it represents to the Quebec economy, so it's time to act. I talked about the commercial rent assistance and the wage subsidy, and then there's farmers who are not qualifying for the emergency account. It doesn't make sense. We've been saying this for months, and the assistance still isn't there. It's unreasonable when farmers are having a hard time, they're struggling, and there's the issue of compensation for trade deals, and in a pandemic, any assistance would be welcome. How is it that milk and dairy processors are having to take out ads in newspapers? I saw that in Sherbrooke, in the Sherbrooke Record, where they said, farmers said that there were promises we were supposed to get compensation. Did people have to get down on their knees and beg for this compensation that was promised to them? The government is turning a deaf ear to these farmers, and they're having cash flow problems because of it. There's an easy solution. They don't have to create a new program to do this. But the government's ignoring the farmers and the processors. There are companies that have made investments and they've been refused the subsidies ultimately, and they're being completely neglected and left to fend for themselves. Our leader sent the message that the Bloc Québécois, once again, is demanding the creation of a working group to study COVID spending. We all remember the We Charity scandal. We want the money to go to the right people and not liberal cronies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé for his speech, which was impassioned and shows very well, once again, that the parties in Ottawa, except for the Bloc Québécois, have a dangerous tendency to interfere in Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. and they lack transparency. On the issue of We Charity, when they mentioned that some industries might be lacking support, maybe the wrong choices were made. And if there were a committee to look at COVID spending and We Charity, then maybe we could see if money went to the wrong places. There are industries like culture, which is so important in Quebec, so important to my riding of Shefford. What does my honourable colleague think about the industries that have been neglected by Ottawa and are so important to Quebec? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague. Look, it's simple. The money has to flow quickly, and these businesses are having cash flow problems. When you're talking about culture, theaters, events, these things are all shut down. People are forced to stay home, and it's dramatic. And people aren't talking about it very much. It's the loss of expertise in these industries because there are technicians in theater, people who work behind the scenes. Their working conditions aren't great, and they've had to look for other work. They've had to go find other jobs. Will they come back when this is all over? I fear that after many of these important cultural institutions have had to shut down, I think it's urgent that money be put back into them. Questions and comments?
Government House Leader. We'll try that again. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what's very clear is that the Conservative Party of Canada and the Bloc Party do not support national standards of any form when it comes to long-term care. That contradicts, Madam Speaker, what many Canadians from coast to coast to coast want to see. Through the pandemic, we've recognized that there is a need for a national role when it comes to long-term care. And I'm wondering if my colleague from the Bloc could at least recognize that even in the province of Quebec, that there is a desire to see the national government play a stronger role when it comes to standards for long-term care in Canada.
The
honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to see that at least there's one government member who understands that we're not interested in having national health standards because it comes under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. That's in the contract you signed without us. That's my first point. The second thing is I'd be really interested to see what Quebecers think about who they trust to manage hospitals and run long-term care facilities. People look to the government of Quebec first and foremost. If you ask any Quebecer, who's your premier, they're going to say François Legault. They're not going to talk about the leader of the Liberal Party, who I don't really want to name here because I would like to, but I can't. So if you look at the opinion polls, Quebecers turn to their government, the government of Quebec, first and foremost. But they want their money. They want their money to come back to them, their tax money.
Merci, Madame.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you. The member said he had lots of ideas in his speech. I'd like him to prove it. What does he specifically want to do to help farmers? They need resources. They need support. How can they be helped in concrete terms? Thank you, Madam Speaker. A brief answer. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, it's too bad you asked me to be brief, Madam Speaker, because I would have been more than delighted to give you a long list of things. So I'll just sum up what I said quickly. Farmers need cash flow. They need cash right now. And we want increased investment in agri-investment, a 5% increase. The federal contribution should go up by 5% without expecting farmers to chip in anymore. That would allow producers, those who are on the ground and know what their businesses need, they can decide how to spend the money instead of being required to fill out forms for a whole week only to be declined because they didn't fill out the right form. That would be a good, concrete way of helping. I'm sorry, but your time is up. So we need to proceed to statements by members. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulan.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Sharon Bronstein. Sharon was best known for being a pioneer in Canada's beauty industry, bringing an unprecedented level of commitment and passion to her craft. For decades, she was focused on one thing: lifting, empowering, and supporting the women around her. But that wasn't her only legacy, Madam Speaker. Throughout her life, Sharon wanted to help build a better community around her in any way she could. And whether it was organizing large beauty bashes, benefiting Hope and Cope, volunteering with B'nai B'rith, and organizing countless private events for underprivileged, sick, and children, she lived her life with purpose and kindness. Among the hundreds of messages that poured out following her passing, perhaps this one summed up her most important attribute. Anytime I was in her presence, I felt her warmth and kindness. Sharon truly made everyone feel special. Madam Speaker, I offer condolences to her children, Tracy and David, to her grandchildren, Joshua, Jason, Alexandra, and Jacqueline, and to all of her family and friends. She was an incredible person who will be missed by so many. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Mr. Rodney Bowl of Fillmore, Saskatchewan, who unexpectedly passed away on January 28th. Rod left an incredible legacy in his experiences as a world-class trap shooter. He represented Canada in the men's double trap event at the 1996 Summer Olympic Games in Atlanta, one of the biggest achievements in his sporting career. Rod represented Canada at the Pan American Games in 1995 and 2003. He captured 4 international, 23 Canadian national, and 47 Saskatchewan trap shooting titles, with the most recent national championship in 2019. Rod competed in trap shooting competitions across the globe and is also an inductee in the Saskatchewan Sport Hall of Fame. Rod was a proud farmer, community advocate, RM counselor, and he loved the small town lifestyle of Fillmore, Saskatchewan. To his wife, Terry, his sons, Sean and Cal, and the rest of the Bowl family, I extend my sincere condolences on your loss. Rest assured that Rod and his legacy will never be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today, I feel privileged to speak of someone very dear to me in my writing. Over the years, she has inspired in those she loves a sense of curiosity and fearlessness in exploring life. She's one of those for whom all of humanity feels eternal gratitude for all their love and attention. You may have guessed, Madam Speaker, that I am, of course, speaking of my mother, Pierrette. Today is the 19th of February. It's her birthday. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to her and all the mothers in the world, and to thank her for the endless unconditional love that she has given her children. Mom, from your great-grandchildren, your grandchildren, our sister who is looking down from heaven, my brothers and me, we love you. Happy birthday. Happy 83rd birthday.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuke, Askey.
Madam Speaker, Cross Lake here in northern Manitoba is facing its 3rd wave of COVID-19. 204 active cases and counting. Elders, children, essential workers, including water truck drivers, are sick, and self-isolation spaces are full. The community is scared and exhausted. Yesterday, 9 flights left the community, taking people to safety. As overall numbers go down in Manitoba, the same is not happening for First Nations like Cross Lake. This has everything to do with a history of federal neglect. Cross Lake is a community of over 8,000 people. It has an acute housing crisis. One of the households affected by COVID has over 20 people living in there. And 5 years ago, the federal government promised Cross Lake a hospital. The community is still waiting. At this time, the federal government must pull out all the stops for Cross Lake. They need a full military response, including medical response. They need emergency infrastructure. But beyond this, Cross Lake needs an end to federal neglect. This is about saving lives.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, here in Canada's smallest and nicest province, we have a vibrant Black community supported by the Black Cultural Society of Prince Edward Island. The organization has taken some major steps forward in recent months. Its first ever executive director, Tamara Steele, was recently named one of 33 Black Canadians making change now by Chatelaine magazine. And it's not hard to see why. Under her leadership, the Black Cultural Society of PEI launched a camp for female identifying youth of color to be and grow together. petitioned the PEI legislature for a racially focused review of provincial legislation, and co-organized a huge Black Lives Matter march. They recently launched a Black business directory, including caterers, photographers, dance instructors, clothing designers, all contributing to the island's culture and economy. Thank you, Tamara, and the Black Cultural Society of PEI for your hard work preserving the island's Black history, promoting racial equity, and creating programs and partnerships to further the success of the Black community on PEI. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Sears. The honourable member's mic is not on.
Last November, Southwest Manitoba lost one of its stalwart individuals with the passing of Mr. Blair Woods. Blair was dedicated in helping his family and others. He loved farming, starting as a 4-H seed club member, participating in tractor pulls, operating long-haul trucking, and sharing his knowledge with countless trainees from around the world through the International Host Family Association. He was a charter member of the Elgin Lions Club. Blair served as president of Manitoba Snowman Inc. board and was second vice president of the Canadian Council of Snowmobile Organizations. Blair's major service, however, was local. As an RM of Whitewater Councillor from 1986 to 2002, Reeve from 2006 to 2014, and re-elected Reeve of the Amalgamated RM of Grassland in 2015. I want to thank his wife Ardell, his son Brooks, and his daughter Hillary, their partners and 6 grandchildren, for supporting Blair's tireless dedication and service to others. May you rest in peace, my dear friend.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With COVID-19, health workers are part of our front line of defense against the pandemic. Hochelaga and the eastern part of Montreal have been sorely affected by the pandemic. Today, I would like to thank all of these health professionals for their hard work. Their mental and physical health has been greatly burdened by this crisis, but they are always there for us. For Valentine's Day, I wanted to send these health network employees in Hochelaga a little love. For example, those working at the Dante and Marie Relais long-term health centers, long-term care centers, and I sent them some Joanne Leroux chocolates. And I also raised the indispensable work of many other workers in Hochelaga Maisonneuve, like hospital and medical clinic staff, dentists, optometrists, as well as corner store pharmacy and grocery store workers in my riding who are offering essential services. We need to continue to support and thank them, and we must continue to protect ourselves and follow public health measures, because ultimately we are thus protecting them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For Malpeque. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Madam Speaker, today I pay tribute to Mr. Daryl Ginion, who passed away recently. Daryl, perhaps PEI's most dedicated environmentalist, was one of the foremost spokesmen in his own quiet way for watershed conservation in PEI. His knowledge of our river systems was second to none. With 40 years teaching in the UPEI biology department, Daryl was famous for his field trips, visits to old-growth hardwoods and sand dune ecosystems, canoe trips to wetlands, and snowshoeing in nature. His efforts resulted in the implementation of the Morel River Conservation Zone, formation of the Island Nature Trust and protection of Greenwich, and numerous Atlantic salmon restoration projects. He receives awards aplenty, but I want to conclude by thanking Rosie, his partner in life and much of his work. It's said that pillow talk in their household was discussion around brook trout, salmon, and smelts. PEI has lost one of its best. Our condolences.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
I rise today to commemorate the 33rd anniversary of the massacre of an Armenian community in Samagat, Azerbaijan. In 1988, when Armenian in the Republic of Artsakh demanded their right to self-determination, Azerbaijani nationalists subjected the Armenian community living across Azerbaijan to bloody campaign of massacre and deportation. over 200 Armenian men, women, and children lost their lives to state-sponsored campaign to hatred against Armenian, a policy that continues in Azerbaijan to this day. On September 27 last year, history once again repeated itself as the Azerbaijani unleashed a full-scale war against Armenian anarchists. Thousands of Armenians are still refugees, while Armenian POWs still remains under Azerbaijan custody. We must all learn from history and commit to standing up for justice and human rights all around the world, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, 2 years ago, I stood in this House to call for an end to the arbitrary detention of Senator Leila de Lima of the Philippines, who was imprisoned in February 2017 for speaking out on human rights abuses, including leading a Senate inquiry into the extrajudicial killings in the Philippines' war on drugs. It is appalling that today she is still in prison. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention found that her imprisonment is contrary to international law. The European Parliament has called for her release, and Amnesty International has declared her a prisoner of conscience. Senator de Lima is in prison because she is a human rights defender. She has not only been deprived of her freedom, but also her right to fulfill her legislative mandate and participate in democratic debate. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join other parliamentarians around the world in calling for Senator de Lima's immediate release. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
The latest Liberal gun policies are a farce in a long line of epic Liberal failures. Within days of announcing yet another attack on farmers, duck hunters, and sport shooters, the Liberals have doubled down on their hug-a-thug agenda, repealing mandatory minimum sentences for violent criminals. Canadians are being killed by criminals in possession of illegal firearms, yet Liberals plan to waste hundreds of millions on a buyback scheme. Meanwhile, gangs continue to roam our streets unopposed. Given this threat to Canadians, Liberals should confront reality by getting tough on violent criminals and gun smugglers. Unfortunately, Liberals do what they always do and attack hunters, farmers, and duck shooters with new rules and regulations. It's time to stop attacking law-abiding firearm owners and fight gangs and violence.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, temperatures in my riding and across Northern Ontario have been around minus 30 or even colder very recently. This is especially dangerous for the homeless population. It is no exaggeration to say that this can be a life or death situation. Volunteers with groups like Compassionate Kenora Moving Kenora Forward have set up warming centres to shelter the homeless from this extreme cold. And other organizations like the Kenora District Services Board, the Dryden Mission, and church communities across the riding continue to do great work providing housing, compassion, and opportunities for the most vulnerable. I know we are all very grateful for their selfless work during these cold winter days. I commend these local organizations who have been the lifeblood of their communities, and I like to encourage all Canadians to support their local charitable organizations in whatever way they can. I am proud to represent the people of the Kenora riding, Madam Speaker, who consistently step up to support one another and help those in need. It has not gone unnoticed.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Yet again, I rise in this chamber to discuss single-event sports betting as the chamber voted overwhelmingly in favor of Bill C-218, which permits each province self-determination on how to regulate legal betting so revenues can flow, jobs created, and end billions of dollars feeding organized crime, bookies, and offshore operators. The bill was originally proposed by NDP MP Joe Martin, later myself, and I was pleased to repeal it to permit the member for Saskatoon Grasswood to join the efforts, and he has done good work. This decade-plus adventure has an exhilarating tale. Indeed, it passed before, it died in the Senate, but now some members, including the Prime Minister, have changed their vote. That is not a weakness, but a strength, speaking to the urgency required to fix the problem. Amongst the drama has been the recent Government Bill C-13, introduced with some doing victory laps, chest thumping, high fives, and slapping their own backs. Yet the government scuttled its own efforts, having never brought it to the floor for debate. Ironically, I defended the government as I think the Minister of Justice deserves credit for drafting good legislation. As we go forward, I want to thank the members who supported the bill, unanimously by the NDP Bloc, Green Party, and Liberals and Conservatives who did not. I remain open to helping work with this issue. I thank David Cassidy and Ken Luenza from Unifor 44, and our Mayor Dilkins and Francis and Rakesh Naidu and Martian for being on this journey. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord, your microphone, can you activate it? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize in this House an unusual hero, Madam Speaker. Donald Hargray did something remarkable during a severe storm which left more than 30 centimeters of snow on the cars of people working at Saint-Jérôme Hospital. On the 16th of January, a Saturday morning, he took up his shovel and took the snow off 150 cars, then 30 more later in the day, to let hospital staff finally be able to go home and rest. And despite that backbreaking work, he was back next morning at 6:30 to get the snow off 40 more cars. Madam Speaker, this is a 65-year-old hero armed with a squeegee, a snow scraper, and a shovel who waged war on the bleakness of winter and on this darn virus. He showed us that each of us can find our own way to make things a little better. He didn't do this to attract attention, but his remarkable actions do deserve some attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Hargray. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saskatoon-Ouest.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister seems to be very smug these days, patting himself on the back for new vaccine deliveries. Without any sense of irony, he congratulates himself. Does he know that Canadians have been waiting for months to get vaccinated due to his government's failure to get vaccines delivered to Canada? Now, with the limited supply entering the country, the Prime Minister claims victory. Does he realize that most of our healthcare and frontline workers still aren't vaccinated? Neither are our seniors. In fact, we're now 54th in the world and dropping quickly. Yet, the Prime Minister beams with pride while Canada languishes with the worst unemployment rate in the G7. Does he realize there are still 850,000 people looking for work compared to a year ago? All this points to a Liberal government that has failed the ultimate test, failing to protect our citizens in an emergency. Madam Speaker, we need to get the vaccine rollout right in order to secure jobs and secure our economic future.
Le député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, February is Black History Month. It's an opportunity for all of us to celebrate and honour the heritage of Black Canadians and their communities. And it's a good time to think about the path that we have followed as a society. And also an opportunity to think of everything we can do to make things even better. Now, rather than concentrating on the failures of our society and what we haven't succeeded in, I'd like to concentrate on my vision of the world. A world I would like to help build. A world where each of us can feel safe. A country where we're all treated with the same level of respect and dignity.
I continue to help build a world where not only are we all considered equal in the eyes of the law, but where we are treated fairly in the application of the law, in the workforce, in the schoolyard, in our neighborhoods. And I invite all Canadians to help build this world. Teachers and parents, I urge you to talk about racism and discrimination to your kids. Instill in them the desire to fight racism and all forms of injustice. Teach them empathy and love, that what affects one of us affects us all, and that our fates as Canadians, whether we are Black or white, are all interconnected. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Carleton.
As the new UK variant starts to spread, Canadians were looking for some reassurance today from the Chief Public Health Officer, but this is what she said. For the next few months, we're not going to have a lot of people vaccinated. That's a fact. And she's right. We're now ranked 52nd. 51 countries in the world are vaccinating quicker than us. Many countries at 6, 7, and even 20 times the rate. What's the Prime Minister's plan now? Is he just going to lock us down forever?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, we're taking a multi-layered approach to keep Canadians safe, working, of course, as we've said many times in this House, working with the provinces and territories to protect our communities from outbreaks of new COVID-19 variants. And as part of that work, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we've announced $53 million to create a variants of concern strategy, which will increase our monitoring and surveillance of new COVID-19 variants in Canada. Partnering with experts in research and public health, this will increase our ability to detect, track, and address outbreaks of COVID-19 variants in Canada. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The purchase of vaccines is the most important procurement since our government bought arms in the Second World War. Thousands of lives and tens of thousands of jobs depend on it. When the Prime Minister thought, who should I buy them from? He looked around the world and he said, I know, the country that's holding our people hostage. You can imagine The PRC Politburo filled with bureaucrats rolling around on the ground in gut-splitting laughter at this Prime Minister's naivete. Madam Speaker, simple question. When he wasted 100 days in the PRC, what the hell was he thinking?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. We've distributed, of course, almost 1.6 million doses of vaccine to Canadians, and we've this week received the outstanding news that 14.5 million Canadians will have been vaccinated by the end of June, leading to, of course, every Canadian who wishes to receive a vaccine being vaccinated by the end of September. We have one of the most comprehensive vaccine supply portfolios in the world. And Madam Speaker, we will continue working with provinces and territories to
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, vaccines are essential for economic recovery. As long as people aren't vaccinated, we can't talk about returning to normal. And if we don't do anything, Madam Speaker, we're going to hit the wall. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business said that 1 out of 10 runs the risk of closing this year if nothing changes. That represents 2.4 million people who might well lose their jobs. What is the government's plan to ensure that businesses survive and that workers keep their jobs?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the question. We have taken action since day one to support our small and medium-sized businesses. As the member knows full well, more than 850,000 businesses have received support from the emergency account. We are currently helping pay Canadians across the country. We are here for small and medium-sized businesses, and we have been since the beginning, and we will continue to be there. We will be there until the end. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, Canada is the G7 that has spent the most money, and it's the G7 country with the highest unemployment rate. So, Madam Speaker, if the government's plan worked, we wouldn't have such a high unemployment rate. So we have to admit that it's not working. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, for this government that says it's feminist, women are the one who are paying the price for it. They represent a 40% increase in unemployment. What's the plan to bring workers back? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question because it gives me an opportunity to share something tangible that we can all do to help small businesses and workers. And that is to adopt a Bill C-14. Allow me to quote Diane Kelly. Bill C-14 includes important measures for small and medium-sized businesses. I urge all parties to ensure that it's quickly adopted. Madam Speaker, this is something that we can all do to help workers and small businesses across the country. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Madam Speaker, I'd like to invite the Minister of Finance to go and look at the 213,000 Canadians who've lost their jobs last month alone. The person you were quoting said, well, it's going to go well, but that's not the reality. The Minister wants to talk about C-14, but is the government ready then to accept our proposal to split the bill, to split Bill C-14, so that we can help small businesses and workers immediately? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague just quoted the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I'd like to underscore that something tangible we can all do to help small businesses across the country, to help workers across the country, is to adopt Bill C-14. This isn't a time for partisan squabbling. It's a time to come together and to help Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the attempt to develop a vaccine in partnership with China and CanSino was a failure. On February 2nd, the Bloc Québécois asked the Minister of Health why the government had favored China over Canada and Canada's production capacity. She replied that the decision to focus on a vaccine candidate was based on advice from experts on the working group. Yesterday, however, that group confirmed, on the contrary, not going ahead with CanSino. Why did the government defy the experts' recommendation? And why is it hiding that fact? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member knows full well, and as Canadians know, we undertook negotiations with manufacturers, and we have the most diversified vaccine candidate portfolio. 14.7 Canadians will be able to be vaccinated by the end of June, and all Canadians can be vaccinated by the end of September. That's excellent news. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, the government said it's following science and recommendations, but scientists have said publicly that that's not the case with CanSino, and that's a big problem for transparency. The government said it used science to deny $2 million for a very advanced Quebec vaccine project at Laval. It also relied on science to invest $54 million in CanSino, and this is false, as the scientists have said. Is he going to publish the expert recommendation, or do we have to just determine that it was a purely political decision to stop the Quebec vaccine? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, throughout the pandemic, we have relied on scientists, our experts on vaccines and immunology. And that's why we procured a very diversified vaccine portfolio. The Quebec candidate is one that we are happy to see.
Hanshaw. 2 weeks ago, I told this House about my constituent Robert Major, who applied for the CERB in good faith because he's unable to work due to health issues. Robert was asked by the CRA to repay that money. Last week, this government finally relented and recognized their mistake in clawing back CERB for self-employed Canadians. But they still refuse to recognize their mistake in forcing people like Robert to pay back the CERB. We are in the middle of the second wave. People are terrified for their futures. Why won't this government remove the entire unfair clawback?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for the question. When the pandemic hit, we quickly introduced the CERB, helping more than 8 million Canadians put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many, and we will continue to be there for Canadians who need help. And that is why we are allowing self-employed workers who applied for the CERB based on their gross income to keep their payments, as long as they met all other eligibility requirements. For people who may still need to make a repayment, no one is required to do so at this time. As the Prime Minister said, we will work with Canadians who need to make repayments in a way that is flexible and understanding of their circumstances. There won't be penalties or interest for anyone who erred in good faith. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired of waiting for this government, tired of watching them miss every single climate target they set. But when the Liberals finally introduced climate accountability legislation, not only was it full of gaps, putting off accountability for a decade, but now the government seems to be putting off debate on the bill indefinitely. We have said we are willing to work constructively to improve this bill to make sure there is accountability built in before 2030. But now it's been months and there is no sign of this urgent piece of climate legislation coming back to the House. Why is the Prime Minister once again putting off climate action?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. We're proud to be the first government in history to put forward a bill that legislates carbon neutrality between now and 2050, Madam Speaker. We are diligently working not only with Canadians, but community groups as well as opposition parties, including the honourable member, to look at all possible ways that the bill can be improved upon. And we look forward to moving through that process in this House as well as the committee in order to deliver to Canadians the best possible piece of legislation we can. We know that we're doing it for our kids and our grandkids, and we want to get it right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, this morning the government released new modeling with regard to the spread of variants in Canada, and the government has suggested that more lockdowns are needed. But there's something that could fix this problem, and it's a vaccine. The CBC's John Paul Tasker just tweeted that Dr. Theresa Tam said this morning, for the next few months, we're not going to have a lot of people vaccinated. That's a fact. So with today's modeling, are the Liberals admitting that their failure to vaccinate Canadians has made Canada vulnerable to variants and is going to create more lockdowns?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canadians can be proud that we've secured one of the strongest vaccine portfolios in the world, more doses per capita than any other country. Health Canada regulators have been working around the clock to complete a thorough and independent review of vaccine candidates. And Madam Speaker, it's with a little bit of pride that I tell the House that we have now sent 1.56 million vaccines to provinces and territories. And we are on track to ensure that every Canadian who wants a vaccine can get one by September. Madam Speaker, we will continue to have the backs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I think the member just said he is proud of the fact that modeling shows that our country is going to have an extreme spread of the variant, that we are going to have to be facing more lockdowns, and that the head of the Public Health Agency just said for the next few months, we're not going to have a lot of people vaccinated. That's a fact. A portfolio doesn't mean vaccines are here right now, and the government has left us in a tinderbox situation where these variants, the modeling that they're showing, might lead to more lockdowns, more lives lost, and more jobs lost. This is crazy. Will the government admit their failure and tell us what they're doing to fix this problem?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, we're taking a multi-layered approach to keep Canadians safe. We're working, as we have from the start, with provinces and territories to protect our communities from outbreaks of these new COVID-19 variants. And as part of that work, Madam Speaker, we did announce $53 million to create a variants of concern strategy, which does increase our monitoring and surveillance of new COVID-19 variants in Canada. We will partner with experts in research and public health, and this will increase our ability to detect, track, and address outbreaks of COVID-19 variants in Canada.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. Madam Speaker, today marks the beginning of an advertising campaign for dairy, poultry, and egg processors. Since 2015, these groups have been waiting for compensation from the government. Following the free trade agreement with Europe and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Liberals have had 6 years to deliver the goods. They didn't do it despite their promises. The government must pay the promised compensation to our local processors. What are they waiting for?
Minister. L'honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Canada's supply-managed dairy and poultry and egg farmers play a critical role in keeping our rural communities vibrant. In order to offer dairy farmers more certainty, our government announced that the remaining $1.4 billion of compensation will be delivered over a timeline of 3 years. For Canada's 4,800 chicken, egg, broiler, and hatching egg and turkey farmers, our government also announced $691 million for a 10-year program. We'll always be there to defend supply management and will not make any further market access concessions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. Madam Speaker, in their shoes, I'd be embarrassed to repeat the same thing week in, week out. Wonder if they still believe in themselves, believe what they're saying. The Canada-US-Mexico Free Trade Agreement was signed last year. How long is it going to take for that compensation? When we know that they're still waiting for compensation under the other agreements. Our local processors are closing. Family businesses are being lost. What is the government waiting for to take some action?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member, or Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. We promised to fully and fairly compensate to supply-managed sectors, and that is what we did. For dairy sector, to give an example, that represents $38,000 each year for the owner of a farm with 80 dairy cows. For chicken, egg, broiler, and hatching and egg turkey sectors, these programs will drive innovation and growth for farmers. We'll always be there to defend supply management and will not make any further market access concessions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, earlier this week, the CRA suspended the 100,000 taxpayer accounts after learning that their login credentials were found on the dark web. Individuals were informed that in order to unlock their accounts, they'd have to contact the CRA. However, as many Canadians have found during this pandemic, it is very difficult to get a hold of the CRA. This is a challenging problem for many people as they are depending on their pandemic benefits as well as filing their tax returns through the CRA. What is the minister going to do to ensure that Canadians are not harmed by CRA's actions?
L'honorable ministre.
Madame, protection of Canadians' personal information is a priority for the CRA. Individuals signed up for My Account Alerts may receive a notification from the CRA indicating that their email address has been removed from their account. This step is taken proactively by the CRA as a security precaution. Let me be clear, there was no breach of CRA systems. Those affected by this measure can expect a letter by mail with instructions on how to unlock their account in the coming days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
With respect, through you, Speaker, that's just not good enough. 100,000 Canadians have had their information put onto the dark web. And yes, it wasn't through the CRA, but through other. And however, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. The CRA has now been breached, or their subservients have been breached now twice within the last year. What will this minister do to keep Canadians' information safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I stated a second ago, the CRA, their top priority is to protect the privacy and data of all Canadians and all information contained within the CRA systems. There has been no breach to the CRA data of any personal information by Canadians. We will continue to work with all Canadians so they can access again their accounts in a safe and a secure manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 2nd, on the subject of vaccines, I asked at committee the Minister of Health why the government had favoured China over Canada's production capacity. She replied that the decision was based on the advice of experts on the task force. Yesterday, the secretary of the task force, Mr. Douglas, stated that he had recommended the opposite. So I'll ask my question again because it's very pertinent given that Canada is the only G7 country unable to produce vaccines against COVID-19. Why did the government favour China over Canada?
Minister.
The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, what Canada did was taking quick action based on the advice of scientists to put together the best portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Thanks to that strategy, by the end of June, we will be able to vaccinate 14.7 million Canadians and all Canadians by the end of September, which is excellent news, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I'm eager to see my 10 doses. In the UK, they adopted a different approach. They ramped up their production capacity. They brought together a consortium of researchers to develop a vaccine. They are producing locally, and they're producing vaccines massively. Canada, instead, turned to China, and it failed. Why did the government put all its eggs in a foreign supply basket? Why didn't it conduct a parallel effort here to produce a vaccine? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, allow me to reassure the member that since the start of this pandemic, we have pursued a very aggressive strategy. However, it's important that I point out to the member that that is not what the Secretary of the Vaccine Task Force said yesterday. And I quote, this is what was stated. I think that, Madam Chair, with great respect, CanSino was not at the heart of the Canadian strategy by any means. It was a much more balanced approach. I think we should continue to be guided by what was said by the Secretary. Thank you.
For Calgary, Midnapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, we saw it again in the Globe and Mail on Monday. This government is finally ready to release a plan for the airline sector, but we've been disappointed before. We saw the same story in Reuters in December. Negotiations only started in November. Why should tens of thousands of airline workers who've had no jobs for the past year believe the government this time?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for inviting me yesterday to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, where we spent quite a bit of time talking about the necessity and the importance of supporting our aviation sector. So I want to reassure her and all those Canadians who are watching. We are committed to supporting a resilient and strong airline sector. We are in the midst of negotiations with the airline sector, and we are hoping to move these negotiations as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, the minister is correct. He did appear yesterday in committee, and unfortunately, he got his facts wrong again about purchasing tickets to sun destinations. The minister said that it takes multiple tickets for an American carrier to take a Canadian to a sun destination, Madam Speaker, when in fact, it only takes a single ticket. So when will the minister get his facts straight? And also, Madam Speaker, when will the minister fix this problem?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I will argue that she needs to get her facts straight. I said multiple trips. Now, let me be very clear to all Canadians. We are asking all Canadians to suspend discretionary and vacation travel. In fact, as of next week, Madam Speaker, all Canadians who are returning to Canada from a non-essential trip will be asked first to conduct a test prior to boarding a flight, then once they arrive into one of the 4 major airports, and then they'll be asked to spend up to 3 days at a government...
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, for months, opposition parties have questioned the government about small businesses that have fallen through the cracks of their support programs, especially new businesses. And the government has said, don't worry, these businesses can apply for funding under the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. But that fund's criteria leaves the same small businesses behind. How many loans have actually been made to struggling small businesses, or is this fund another program failing to meet its objectives?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It is a timely question. In fact, at the moment, we are working, the Minister of Small Business with the Minister of Finance, in order to address this very issue. We have created numerous programs. We also ensured that the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund would be there for businesses that otherwise fell through the cracks. Obviously, new businesses created during the pandemic are in a particular situation. Some of them are doing very well, having been created in order to respond to the pandemic, and some of them really need our help. We are working on criteria in order to make sure that the money spent by this government, taxpayer dollars, is being spent appropriately, and that we are...
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, do you think it's normal for Canadians to have to wait weeks, if even months, for a reply from the CRA? Tax season has arrived and many Canadians are anxious. More than 400,000 letters have been sent out to Canadians. And the CRA has only recently hired 2,000 new employees for the call centres. As usual, the Prime Minister was late taking action. When will these employees be fully trained and operational? And does the Prime Minister think that that's enough to deal with the significant increase in calls coming into the centres? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CRA is up for the job this year. We know this tax season is going to be like no other for Canadians, especially the 9 million Canadians that accepted the CERB and applied for it due to being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have hired and are in the process of hiring 2,000 more call center agents. Madam Speaker, we've received over 1 million calls to the CRA in a given week versus 70 to 80,000 in the year prior. We know that Canadians need the assistance, and we will be there to help them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, many women have contacted my office complaining that the CRA and Service Canada penalize them when they flee abusive partners. One woman fled a 30-year relationship and got a peace bond against her spouse, only to be told she would have to wait 90 days before her benefits would be changed to single. Now, if her partner went to jail, the change would be automatic. Madam Speaker, financial hardship is one of the main reasons women remain in abusive relationships. When will this government reduce this barrier by removing this pointless 90-day waiting period?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues brings to this House a really important point. Nothing keeps women trapped like poverty. I appreciate his advocacy, and we will follow up.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, Air Canada says no passenger refunds without a bailout. The government says no bailout without refunds. We're a year into this pandemic, and somehow this government has allowed billions of dollars of air passengers' own money to become a bargaining chip in negotiations. The US, the UK, and the EU all found ways to mandate refunds. Why are other countries so much better at protecting passenger rights than this government is?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, once again, I want to thank my colleague for his question. And this is an issue that we also talked about yesterday at committee. I want to assure him that as we are right now in the midst of discussions with the major airlines, that the issue of refunds for Canadians who had to cancel their trips for no fault of their own is on the table. So I can assure him and all Canadians that this is an important aspect of our discussion, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer to a recent quote from Jan Reimer, former mayor and now executive director of a provincial council of women's shelters. The proposed legislation is a step in the right direction, she says. Women are being threatened with guns. It's one of the leading, if not the leading, cause of death for women in abusive relationships. Better control doesn't take anybody's rights away, but it does protect women's rights to safety. People in my home province of Quebec have witnessed traumatic acts of violence against women committed by a criminal with an assault-style firearms. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Brome-Missisquoi for this important question and her tireless advocacy. We are removing all military-style assault rifles from the market by preventing them from being used or bequeathed and by offering fair market value on buyback. Strengthening our ban this week on firearms with Bill C-21, and we also introduced a flag system which will make it possible to remove weapons from people who pose a danger to themselves or to their loved ones. And the purpose is to combat domestic violence and violence against women. It's been applauded by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police.
Nicola.
Madam Speaker, a small business right here in Ottawa is being told by Parks Canada they aren't eligible for the 75% rent support because their 6-month lease is considered an annual lease. Now, as the minister is no doubt aware, 6 months and a year are two very different things. This government loves to pat themselves on the back, but then they actually ignore helping the people that need it. Why is Parks Canada taking the absurd step of counting a 6-month lease as an annual one?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I am so glad that the honourable member shares my concern for helping Canadian small businesses. While we continue to fight COVID, they do desperately need our support. And that's why I would like to ask the honourable member and all of his Conservative colleagues to join us in getting Bill C-14 passed. In fact, Dan Kelly, the head of the CFIB, has called on all of us to get this done. He said CFIB urges all parties to ensure this support.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, numerous veterans in my riding have come to me expressing extensive delays with Veterans Affairs. One veteran's disability benefit application went in 4 years ago, and it still has not been processed. Another veteran's application has been undergoing a department review, and this has now been since 2019. This is unreasonable and unacceptable delays. Why is the minister leaving veterans waiting up to 4 years to process disability benefits?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to answer the question to my colleague. Our recent investment, of course, of nearly $200 million will allow us to hire hundreds of new staff and speed up the process in ensuring that veterans receive faster decisions. Veterans should receive the benefits and services they're entitled to in a timely manner, and as I've said, the backlog is unacceptable. This is my number one priority, and we're going to do everything we can to ensure that we tackle this backlog and clean up this backlog. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, this government has smashed records when it comes to deficits and debt. But when it comes to jobs, this government gets an F. Canada lost nearly 300,000 jobs in December and January. We have the highest unemployment rate in the G7, 50% above the G7 average. So, for all of the spending and all of the debt, where are the jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, Canada has in fact recovered 71% of the jobs lost in the wake of the pandemic, and that is compared to just 56% recovered in the United States. And at 64.3%, Canada today has a higher labor force participation rate than Germany, the US, Japan, and South Korea. In January, in the midst of lockdowns, total hours worked in Canada actually increased. Canadians are resilient, and they are doing their job in getting Canada back to work.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals' newest housing program gave $500 million to big cities, but left the little guys to compete for the rest. They say this initial allocation went to cities with severe housing needs, which I don't doubt, and that it was data-driven, which I do doubt. Why? We learned in the HuMA Committee that CMHC literally has no way of measuring homelessness in rural and remote communities. Why has this government turned its back on rural Canada and ignored their housing needs?
Honourable Minister.
Madam President, the opposite is in fact true. The Rapid Housing Initiative is a remarkable billion-dollar investment directly into the communities that need support to support vulnerable Canadians as they look for housing in this COVID pandemic, as well as through the housing crisis. But I'll remind the Conservative member opposite that the policy their party put in place required federal dollars not to be spent on homeless people unless they've been on the street for 6 months. 6 months before they receive a penny of support through Reaching Home in rural, urban, and northern communities. That would put a teenager on the street for 6 months in the middle of winter without any support. I will take no lessons on fighting homelessness from the Conservatives. They had no fight.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, the entire province of Quebec is calling on this Liberal government to bring federally regulated businesses under Bill 101. But that's not what the government's announcing today. Will the federal government, what they want to do is bring companies under their Official Languages Act, not Bill 101. In other words, they want to extend the Air Canada model to other businesses. They're using Air Canada, top prize winner for most complaints about disrespect for French, as the example to follow. Why doesn't the government bring these companies under Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As a matter of fact, all Quebecers are entitled to work and be served in French, and that's precisely what we're proposing, Madam Speaker. We need to each keep to our own jurisdiction. We're acting within ours. The federal government has a role to play in protecting minority language communities, and that will be done with full cooperation with the provinces and territories. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Madam Speaker, they're not respecting their jurisdiction. The federal government is encroaching on Quebec jurisdiction. Bill 101 should apply to federally regulated businesses. That's what Quebec's asking for. Quebec wants these companies covered by Quebec law on Quebec territory. What the Liberals are proposing is to make them accountable to the Commissioner of Official Languages, who can't even wrap non-compliant parties over the knuckles. When will the government meet Quebec's demand and bring federally regulated companies under Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder why this tone from my colleague, because if there's one thing we do share, it's our love for French. And with pride today, we have introduced an ambitious reform that will move things forward with positive steps, and that's a big part of our game plan to better protect French in Canada and to strengthen French and increase the bilingualism rates in Canada. The honourable member for Cypress Hills.
Grasslands?
Madam Speaker, there's one thing Canadians can count on. When dealing with an embarrassing scandal such as their failed vaccine procurement, the Liberals will use law-abiding gun owners as their punching bag to create a distraction. They wasted billions on their failed gun registry. Now they are focused on buying back something the government never owned in the first place. Firearms from people who are following the law. When will the government stop harassing farmers, small business owners, and law-abiding gun owners and instead focus on real criminals?
Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reassure all hunters, farmers, and sports shooters that they are not targeted in any way. They have our full respect. On the contrary, this bill, the purpose of it is to deal with criminals who traffic in illegal weapons. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police has unreservedly supported all efforts to increase control at the borders and to control guns. And that's what we're doing with C-21, in addition to many other steps that we will take to improve Canadian safety.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me? Madam Speaker, there was a bill that would have tackled gun violence in the GTA. It was my bill, C-238, that the Liberals shamefully voted against. After 5 years of sitting on their hands, the Liberals have introduced a gun bill that won't make the GTA any safer. Madam Speaker, how is the minister not ashamed of Bill C-21?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. C-21 is an important step in better controlling guns in Canada. This is a commitment we made during the election campaign. We want to give municipalities more powers to control handguns. And this is something that was applauded not only by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, but also by the doctors who've described our bill as very complete and it will save lives. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, the Liberals did everything in their power to avoid releasing the details of the vaccine contracts they signed. The Liberals filibustered the Conservative motion at Health Committee. They then wanted to shut down the committee. Other countries have made vaccine contracts public. The premiers and federal ministers disagree about the contents of the contracts. What were in those contracts? What are the Liberals hiding from the Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, of course, we have shown notable transparency, and of course, we communicate doses, information to provinces and territories, and we coordinate our vaccination effort very well. But let me quote Innovative Medicines Canada, which represents, of course, a number of our vaccine suppliers. It says, we urge all parties to respect the confidential nature of these commercial contracts, which were entered into in good faith, and ensure that commercially sensitive and proprietary information is protected from disclosure at this critical time.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Madam Speaker, it's a fact. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the inequalities that already existed across the country. It has had a devastating effect on racialized and marginalized groups that were already among the most vulnerable. For example, think of all the problems with addiction that continue to claim many lives across Canada. Yesterday, the Minister of Justice introduced important changes to the criminal justice system. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada update the House on these changes? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Bourassa for his dedication to the most vulnerable Canadians and the fight against racism. We have listened to Canadians, including experts and members of this House, who are asking us to take action for a more efficient and fairer justice system. As a result, we've introduced several measures to combat discrimination and racism in the justice system. In particular, we will provide alternatives to police and prosecutors to treat drug problems and health as a health problem rather than a crime. It's time to turn the page on failed Conservative policies and move towards a fairer justice system. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, recently at the Public Accounts Committee, the Assistant Deputy Minister for Finance struggled to respond when asked if Canadians are charged GST on the carbon tax, eventually stating that no, they are not. This is both false and misleading, as one of my constituents, who owns a small transportation company, has already paid over $2,500 in GST on the carbon tax since April 2019. Why is there such a discrepancy between what top finance officials are saying and what small business owners are actually experiencing?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for the question, and I would like to say that our government is absolutely committed to supporting small businesses, and I would love to see members of the Conservative Party join us in that commitment. We disagree about a lot, but if we all believe we need to support small businesses, let's get behind Bill C-14. Dan Kelly was out there yesterday urging us all to pass this law. It will deliver concrete support. Let's do that.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, I've asked this exact same very simple yes or no question twice before in November and December and gotten incoherent non-responses from the government. So I'm going to try again. We're importing tens of millions of barrels of oil per year into Canada from Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Algeria. Yes or no? Is this oil subject to the same rigorous regulations on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the minister's very own home province of Newfoundland? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me speak to impending projects in this country. I mean, there are 32 oil sands projects in Alberta that are approved and ready to go. They're just waiting for the provincial government's approval or investment from the private sector, but they're ready to go. And this is in addition to our support for TMX, NGTL, Line 3. We approved them. We're building them. In the case of TMX, we bought it. We're creating thousands of jobs for oil and gas workers because we are proud of them, and we're proud of this industry as it continues to lower emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Madam Speaker, over the last 6 years, Alberta's economy has been devastated by the policies of this Liberal government. The COVID-19 pandemic has only served to exacerbate these issues. For years, we have heard this government say that the best interest of Canadians is their priority. So my question, Madam Speaker, is when will this government stop offering words to Albertans and start taking concrete action to protect our jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I will reiterate once again to this House. TMX, we approved it. We're building it. 7,000 jobs so far. Line 3 pipeline, we approved it. Another 7,000 jobs created. NGTL 2021, we approved it. Thousands of jobs created. LNG Canada, we're building it. Thousands of jobs. Orphan and inactive wells, $1.7 billion. Thousands of jobs created. And the wage subsidy with more than 500,000 workers kept in their jobs in a pandemic in Alberta alone. That is our record, Madam Speaker. We're proud of it. Thank you.
Member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, the pandemic has dramatically impacted many small businesses, and our federal government support through programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Rent Subsidy have been lifelines for our businesses and very much appreciated. However, some new legitimate businesses opened after March 2020, many who signed leases and contracts in the months prior to the pandemic, and they cannot qualify for these benefits. Isabel and Century Park Tavern are just two examples in my writing. Can the Minister update this House on what our federal government is doing to support new businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Obviously, she knows that there is nothing more important to us than helping our small businesses and Canadian employees right across the country. But there's also no one-size-fits-all solution for this relief. We created a very wide range of supports and programs to help small businesses, including the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, which is there and designed really to help support businesses that don't qualify for other programs. That being said, colleagues in government, along with myself and the Parliamentary Secretary to Finance, had a very productive meeting last week looking at solutions, particularly for new businesses. I encourage the member.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
My constituent has been earning $5,000 to $7,000 each year as a busker. He diligently declared his self-employment income on his income tax for the last 2 years. The pandemic has seen his income reduced drastically. In applying for the CRB, he has been told by CRA that his income tax return is not good enough. CRA wants to see receipts or bank deposits for the $20 to $25 he earned in loose change as a busker each day. This is just absurd. Is the government treating shareholders of big corporations the same way, or is this just for low-income residents? Will the minister take immediate action to correct this unjust treatment?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government has been clear from the beginning of the pandemic that we will always be there to support Canadians. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit eligibility criteria clearly stated that a person had to earn at least $5,000 in 2019 or over the last 12 months from employment income, self-employment income, or provincial benefit payments related to maternity or paternity leave. CERB eligibility was not dependent on having filed a tax return, but the CRA encourages everyone to file their 2019 tax return so the agency can confirm their eligibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Fredericton.
Exactly 1 year ago today, an emergency debate took place in this House addressing the Wet'suwet'en fight for their inherent right of self-government on their ancestral territory. Time has passed, but nothing has changed. Land guardians in Nunavut are now forced to defend their rights and their territory in the face of the Mary River mine expansion. Once again, Indigenous voices are trampled on, ignored, or distorted. The Minister of Infrastructure recently said that government investments are almost binary. You either increase emissions or you reduce them. Madam Speaker, if it is a binary, on which side is this government? Fight the climate crisis or pretend to do so? Respect Indigenous rights and international covenants like UNDRIP or legislate them out of existence?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, in 1997, the Supreme Court of Canada encouraged parties in Delmaguk to pursue good faith negotiations regarding Aboriginal rights. This MOU establishes a path for substantive negotiations towards agreements that would describe the implementation of the Wet'suwet'en rights and title. The parties are working toward an agreement on recognition of rights and the title that will set the stage for future negotiations and implementation. Such agreements, once reached, will be taken back to all Wet'suwet'en people through a ratification process that must clearly demonstrate their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's all the time we have for oral questions.
For Calgary, Midnapore has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period, the Minister for Transport implied that my facts were incorrect regarding being able to purchase a single ticket to a sun destination. Madam Speaker, I was just on Expedia and I had the ability to purchase a...
And not a point of order? I would just say that that is a point of debate. I would ask the member to please take her chair. Another point of order, the Honourable Minister.
It's the Parliamentary Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I believe this is a proper point of order, and it's just with the usage of inappropriate and unparliamentary language. I believe in one of the opening questions, the member from Carleton referred to the opposite of heaven in terms of raising a question, trying to emphasize the point. I don't think the usage of the term hell is parliamentary language, and I would ask him to retract it and for you to encourage parliamentary language. Thank you.
I appreciate the information that the point of order that has been brought forward. I will look at the Hansard to see what was exactly said. I would just remind members at this point, and I'll come back to the House if needed. I just would remind members to please be mindful of the language that they use to ensure that it is acceptable language within the House of Commons. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to table the Government of Canada's public reform document for the modernization of the Official Languages Act, French and English towards substantive equality of the official languages in Canada. I believe that, Madam Speaker, you will be pleased to see this document.
Très bien. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills.
Madame la Présidente, une déclaration ministérielle.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Oh, but that's not under this heading.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development and Minister of Official Languages.
Bon, voilà, nous y sommes.
All right, we got there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every time I have risen in this House over the past year, I remember how things have changed. Almost a year ago to the day, we were all gathered here in the House of Commons, not knowing what to expect. Since then, we have had a difficult year. A year marked, yes, by upheavals and mourning, but also a year of resilience, courage, and compassion shown by our fellow citizens.
In saying that our world has changed, I'm just stating the obvious. Because across time and place, change is the only constant. Last year, this year, and the next. And when it comes to change, you really only have two options. You can try to fight it, or you can choose to see the possibilities that come with it. Time and again, Canadians chose the latter. Le pays que nous connaissons aujourd'hui a été façonné par des gens qui ont...
The country we know today was shaped by people who were able to adapt and seize the opportunities of a changing world. A country proud of its diversity and strong in its differences. A bilingual country. Because ultimately, having two official languages is one of Canada's greatest strengths. Our official languages distinguish us on the international stage, and each of us has our own very personal history when it comes to official languages. My history is that of a unilingual francophone family, established in a neighborhood in the suburbs of Montreal where children made friends regardless of their origins and languages. My story is also the dream of my mother, a teacher who always insisted that her children become bilingual. She was convinced that English would open all doors for them.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I was lucky enough to grow up in an environment where French and English were both present. But this bilingual country in which we live is no accident. The French language is still thriving in North America because Canadians, and specifically Quebecers, have been committed to protecting it and helping it to flourish. More than 50 years ago, we collectively chose to use a modern vision of the state, one where two official languages, those that unite and define us, occupy a central place not only in the affairs of state but also in our lives. We owe a great deal to the Official Languages Act. Thanks to the Act, millions of Francophones have the right to be served and to live in their own language from coast to coast to coast. Thanks to the Act, youth living in official language minority communities can go to school in their mother tongue, a right that some of their parents were denied. From Moncton to Whitehorse, from Sherbrooke to Sudbury, the Official Languages Act protects language rights and ensures that our communities can thrive.
So many of us benefited from growing in a bilingual Canada. Kids from the prairies who studied in French immersion. Teenagers in New Brunswick who met their best friend in English class. Francophones who learned English on the slopes of BC. Anglophones who fell in love with cities like Montreal and Quebec. In Canada, language isn't some abstract concept. It's our connection to the past, the vector through which our stories get told and retold. In fact, language isn't just an important part of who we are as individuals, but how our country came to be. It's part of our DNA. This is true of French and English, of course, but also of Indigenous languages, which any language policy in this country should and must take into account. That's why in 2019, we introduced the Indigenous Languages Act to reclaim, revitalize, strengthen, and maintain Indigenous languages. This was an historic piece of legislation, but we know that the work being done by Indigenous communities to recover and reclaim their language continues, and they can count on our government's steadfast support. Monsieur le Président, notre monde.
Our world is changing. More than ever, we are all interconnected. Globalization means that some languages have been imposed when it comes to facilitating trade beyond our borders. At the same time, the rapid development of international trade and digital technologies, including social media and content delivery platforms, end up promoting the use of English. In the face of these changes, our two official languages are not necessarily on equal terms. There are 8 million francophones in Canada in a North American sea of more than 360 million people, most of them Anglophones. The use of French is on the decline in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. And it is up to us to not only protect our language, but also to offer a modern vision of our linguistic duality and its future. Madam Speaker, the time has come to act. We must act to ensure that all of our citizens see themselves in the objectives of the Official Languages Act. We must act to ensure that there is a strong and secure francophonie in the country, including in Quebec. We must take action in the face of contemporary challenges that directly impact the development of a francophone identity in our children. We must act to promote our Acadian, Quebec, and francophone cultures throughout the country.
Of the English-speaking majority, a French-speaking Quebecer, or a member of an official language minority community, your unique reality should be reflected in our laws. And that's exactly why our government is introducing a series of reforms so that our two official languages stand on more equal footing. Aujourd'hui, notre gouvernement présente une réforme.
Today, our government is presenting a reform aimed at establishing a new balance in our linguistic policies. As French is the minority language in the country, there must be true equality between our two official languages. The government has a responsibility for ensuring that we can learn, speak, and live in French, just like with English. And today, Madam Speaker, we will be sharing our game plan. First of all, for a language to be really alive, its culture must be strong. Francophones must be able to make their voice heard, especially in the digital space where English tends to dominate. In order to accomplish this, our federal cultural institutions such as Telefilm and the NFB must support and encourage the production and distribution of content in French. This Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC, must also respond. Now, on that point, Bill C-10 is crucial to the future of broadcasting. We are also committed to protecting Radio-Canada CBC as a flagship cultural institution and a vehicle for spreading our two official languages and bilingualism across the country. Madam Speaker, our government also recognizes that to ensure the protection and promotion of French, the private sector must do its part. People have the right to be served and to work in French in companies under federal jurisdiction in Quebec, as well as in regions with a strong francophone presence elsewhere in the country. These rights and recourses will therefore be established in federal legislation in consultation with the affected sectors. With that said, when it comes to ensuring respect for bilingualism in the workplace and ensuring that the right to work in one's first official language is respected, The public service must lead by example. After all, it is the primary point of contact Canadians have with their federal government. That is why we are going to create a central body within the government that is responsible for ensuring that language obligations are respected. We will also strengthen the powers of the Commissioner of Official Languages. And we will continue to defend and promote French abroad in our embassies, in our missions, and within major international organizations such as the UN and the International Organization of la Francophonie. The Government of Canada will also make a point of attracting and facilitating Francophone immigration outside Quebec. Increasing the demographic presence of Francophones outside Quebec is a priority for us. For some communities, it is even a question of survival. Over time, waves of immigration have changed our language and enriched our communities, and this must continue. And finally, all our institutions must be bilingual, including the highest court in the country.
La loi sur les langues officielles doit prévoir que les juges nommés à la Cour suprême.
The Official Languages Act must require that judges appointed to the Supreme Court be bilingual.
Madam Speaker, as part of our efforts to modernize the Official Languages Act, we'll also take steps to promote bilingualism from coast to coast to coast. It should be easier for English Canadians to learn French. But right now, too many parents have to get on a wait list or go through a lottery system before they can send their kids to French immersion. These parents and their kids are being turned away because there aren't enough available spots. This is unacceptable. We will get rid of wait lists for French immersion. Madam Speaker, all official languages communities, English-speaking Quebecers, and Francophones in the rest of the country have constitutional rights. Our communities are only as strong as their institutions, as strong, of course, as their schools, their universities, and their cultural centers. That's why the federal government will continue to support those who seek to uphold their constitutional rights. We will stand by their side. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the history of our two official languages is a history of resilience, marked by persistent demands. This is also the story told by Gabriel Leroy, Michel Tremblay, Dany Lafrenière, and Antonine Mayette.
The works of Leonard Cohen, Rufus Wainwright, Margaret Atwood, and Gord Downie. This is the beauty and the strength of our country. Defending our official languages is defending who we are as a country. Madame la Présidente, notre histoire a traversé le temps.
Madam Speaker, our history has stood the test of time. It has also taught us that we cannot take our linguistic duality for granted. We always have to do more, especially when it comes to our French language. With this reform, we're paving the way for the next 50 years. We are adapting to a world that is rapidly and constantly changing, and we are preparing for the challenges that arise and those that await us. Our government's vision is rooted in the studies conducted by the House of Commons committees, the Senate, and the Commissioner of Official Languages, but it is above all rooted in the hard work of those who are passionate about official languages, those for whom French or English is the mother tongue, those who have learned our official languages or who are working to do so, those who enroll their children in immersion programs, those who are proud to count 2 international languages among theirs. To all of these people, I say thank you. Your ideas and work have been a constant source of inspiration, and we look forward to continuing to work with you, as well as with this cause's partners and allies across the country. It's about the future of our children in both official languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see that the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach has his hand up. Is this for a point of order?
No, actually, Madam Speaker, it's for presenting petitions.
We will keep that in mind. We still have a few items to go through and a few more speeches. L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by thanking the Minister for the document this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the work that she has done and the action that she plans to keep doing. I'm sure she takes or underscores the importance of protecting French, but the means that she is using are far from showing that it's a priority for them.
To congratulate my honourable colleagues for her work on this file, but to be honest, there are a lot of words, but few actions. Des consultations sont en cours à travers le pays.
Consultations have been underway for years. And for the Liberals, in fact, it's important to point out they've been consulting for 5 years. The Commissioner of Official Languages put forth information, as did the Senate. They examined the question. When we need to look at where we need to go in the future, we look back to the past. We've seen many examples of failure by the Liberal government in recent times. Charity, for example, which was exclusively English. English-only texts sent out to Quebec recipients during the pandemic. Julie Payette, who communicated with the Prime Minister's office in English only. Public servants who don't speak French or feel embarrassed to speak French at work. None of the recommendations by the Commissioner have been put into force. Francophone universities are on the verge of bankruptcy, and surveys have indicated there is a decline in French in Quebec and outside the province. Many calls for modernization of the Act by many organizations were left to dead letter. Today, when we expected the tabling of a bill, we see in this House that the government has put forth a plan of inaction. We can't even call it an action plan. It's an inaction plan. It doesn't have the scope required, and it doesn't address the issues that I have just raised. Not in the immediate, at any rate. Despite promises, the Minister is committing to reduce wait lists for immersion classes for Francophones, for Anglophones to learn French. But there isn't much being done to help other minorities who have put forth an urgent request from all school-based organizations across the country. The Liberals have also not created a specialized tribunal, one that focuses on official languages, to enable minorities to have their rights heard and respected. The government continues to ignore Premier Legault and the National Assembly, all parties combined, to make French apply and to businesses under federal jurisdiction. On the contrary, the government has put forth an election-based plan and wants everyone to drink the Kool-Aid without criticizing it. Madam Speaker, why would Francophones across the country believe the Liberals today? Are the Liberals known for keeping their provinces, Madam Speaker? The answer is no. What's even more frustrating, to my mind, is that the Liberals are playing with this issue. They're making it a partisan matter. They were supposed to be bringing forth a modernization bill last spring. Then it was postponed to the fall. When pressure rose in the fall, thanks to the opposition, they pushed it off to the start of this year, despite the fact that the Committee of Official Languages, including Liberal members, had voted in favor of having a bill tabled prior to Christmas. Big surprise, drum roll, at the start of the new year, the Minister announced that it wouldn't be a bill, but a white paper. That's what you would be tabling. Information that caught everyone off guard when she put out the notice in writing. No one was aware, none of the organizations that work to protect languages in the country. Madam Speaker, it's not even a white paper. It's just a working document with no action plan. It's disappointing, and for all of these reasons, and because the Liberals are not making official languages a priority, because they think with just a few pictures, the official languages committees won't notice. I'm profoundly shocked. Delivering this is not acceptable. What we will put forth is something by our leader.
Presenting Francophones and Anglophones in minority situation all across the country, we'll see that our proposals are clear, real, achievable, and above all, that they will be implemented in the first 100 days of a conservative government. Au cœur de notre message, Monsieur le Président.
At the heart of our message is recognition that our country was built on compromise between two founding peoples, Francophones, Anglophones, with a contribution from Indigenous peoples. It is the federal government's responsibility to ensure the vitality of the French language from sea to sea to sea, because this country was born in French. A country that doesn't preserve its founding partnership is doomed to fail. At present, this is all based on reciprocity. But let's be honest. It doesn't correspond to the reality on the ground. The Liberals have refused to acknowledge that only French is threatened. I'll be very clear, however. The federal government must establish an asymmetrical approach and make French a priority. There are several tangible measures coming forth from the Conservative Party.
8 elements. First, the wording of the Official Languages Act must be changed to be stronger in meaning. Second, where the law remains vague in speaking of positive measures, we believe that positive measures should be described in concrete actions. Troisièmement, les conservateurs.
Thirdly, Conservatives believe that we need to centralize powers for the Act within the Treasury Board. Fourth, it's also time to set up an administrative tribunal to deal with complaints and improve services offered to Francophones across the country. On this point, it's with great surprise that the Liberals didn't respond to the request from organizations representing Francophones across the country. The Liberals don't want their actions with respect to Francophones to be judged by a tribunal. We can see with the cases I mentioned, We Charity, the Governor General, among others. Why would they want to respond for their actions to a tribunal when we see what's happening across the country? These four measures will help to modernize the Act. And we know that funding for Francophone schools is problematic. Our leader has committed to supporting them to make that a top priority. Frontline educators providing education to the next generation warrant stable funding, and the Conservative Party is committing to provide significant funding to post-secondary universities in French as well. It's important for these universities to help the Francophone communities flourish. This work is necessary to be done in partnership with the provinces. When we were last in government, the Conservative Party had the House acknowledge that and recognize that Quebec is a nation. Quebec has a seat at UNESCO. Under Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister began all of his speeches across the world and in Canada in French first. Brian Mulroney was the last Prime Minister to amend the Official Languages Act. All major changes have been made under Conservative governments. The big difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals is that the Liberals talk and don't take action, whereas the Conservatives are in charge of action and move forward. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about renewal, protecting French across the country, a budgetary envelope for Francophone universities in a minority setting, and a respect for Quebec's jurisdiction, namely under Bill 101. That's what the Conservatives' vision is for official languages in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I can confirm that we will form government soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de... The honourable member for La Pointe de...
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Inévitable dû à la mondialisation, la capacité
talked about Canadians' adaptation, but the main change we've seen in Canada since the outset was the decline in French. After all the assimilationist tendencies and all the things that have made Francophones a minority in Canada after 1867, we've gone down home has gone down. Francophones have been the most hard hit by assimilation. The use of French in households has gone down so much. It's the outside of Quebec. That's where the highest rate of assimilation is occurring. It's wholly unacceptable. It shows that the Official Languages Act is a total failure. Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers and Francophones in Canada are concerned have demonstrated through history is our resistance to assimilation and the repression of Francophones by the rest of Canada. It's not the wonderful love story that the minister would have you believe. British and Canadian governments have used legislation to shut down French language schools and to drive Francophones into minority status. There's been an increase as a result in the independence movement in Quebec, and the Official Languages Act has merely been a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. We have fought against assimilation. In Quebec, the Official Languages Act serves primarily to strengthen the place of English in Quebec. There was the Laurent Daudunton Commission, and Laurent Daudunton wanted us to recognize the collective rights of Francophones and the specific status of Quebec. The federal government fails to recognize that even within Quebec, French is a minority language in Canada and North America. The Official Languages Act only serves to support the English-speaking community and its institutions in Quebec. And those institutions are already overfunded in Quebec. That's the way things were 50 years ago, and we're coming back to the same thing today. Quebecers want to protect their national language, but the federal government hasn't done the job. It was the Quebec government under René Lévesque who passed the Charter of the French Language in 1977. The Liberal Party of Canada has always been a ferocious adversary of Bill 101. The current Prime Minister has denigrated it and fought it from day one. And when the Constitution was repatriated in 1982, the Liberals have taken every opportunity to delight in every time the courts have ruled against Quebec. In terms of the use of French in households, the usage rate has dropped by 2.5% in Quebec. The statistics have never been so low, so poor, and the change has never happened so rapidly. And the cause of this is not immigration, it's the anglicization of allophones and increasingly francophones in Quebec. Quebecers know it, they're concerned about it, and rightly so. They're attached to their language, and they're asserting that attachment and their desire to strengthen Bill 101 and the Official Languages Act to improve the situation of French in Quebec. According to the most recent poll, 77% of Quebecers want this kind of bolstering of the French language, and a majority support the Bloc Québécois' call for Bill 101 to apply to federally regulated companies in Quebec. So despite the doubts expressed by many members, the Liberal parties have attempted to denigrate Bill 101 for 40 years. And French, unlike English, is a minority language in Canada, and that's a fact. The minister must do something. So, Mr. Speaker, we're entitled to ask why the Liberal government refuses to support the Quebec government's position on modernizing the Official Languages Act. The request is clear and reasonable, and that is that there be a recognition that Quebec must alone be the master of language policy within Quebec. That means respecting the legislative jurisdiction of Quebec and recognizing the primacy of the Quebec Charter of the Charter of the French language, and it should take precedence over the Official Languages Act. But the opposite is what's happening. Before anything should apply linguistically in Quebec, the federal government should get the consent of the Quebec government. And finally, Mr. Speaker, workers in Quebec should all enjoy the same rights. That's a basic principle. But under the current minister's proposal, that value would not be respected. It's simple and logical and supported by the majority of Quebecers. And the fact is that the Liberal Party is isolated. They're the only ones who refuse to have the Quebec Charter of the French language protect the rights of all workers in Quebec. All across Quebec, voices have been raised to ask for one simple thing from the federal government: extend the requirements of the Charter of the French language to federally regulated workplaces. It's not complicated. The government of Quebec has called for this. The National Assembly of Quebec has unanimously asked for this. The mayors of the major cities as well. And there's many more artists, producers, and so on. The Bloc Québécois has been repeating the same demand, and they have included this in our own bill. And the Minister of Official Languages refuses. Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with more than just a public policy disagreement here. Language is the foundation of what makes Quebec as a nation unique. It is the glue that makes us a people. We are more than in favor of the Government of Canada finally taking responsibility towards Francophone and Acadian communities outside Quebec. It's all well and good to fund immersion schools and to have bilingual judges at the Supreme Court, but those schools tend to assimilate students. Shouldn't the federal government be making sure that all Francophone students have access to French language schools, not French immersion, and universities and higher education? To promote the use of French outside of Quebec is fine, but what's the point if new arrivals, newcomers, are anglicized over time? Quebec is the only French-speaking government in North America. The leadership of Quebec, combined with a change in practices from the federal government would be beneficial for all Francophone communities and Acadian communities as well. But for this to happen, the federal government has to recognize in its own legislation that Quebec alone is in charge of language policy in Quebec. And Quebec, with or without Canada, is the sole master of its destiny. In 2006, the House passed a motion that the House recognized that Quebecers form a nation within United Canada. Mr. Speaker, even though that motion has never served any purpose in concrete terms, because Canada has never been a united country, but this government continues to tarnish the word of this assembly by refusing to recognize Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction over language and culture. The government of Canada has shown that the recognition of the Quebec nation was simply a deception, a facade, a sham. Ottawa continues to undermine the language rights of Quebecers, their right to self-determination, and their right to protect the future of their own language, their right to live entirely in French under the only government where they are a majority, where they can feel at home. The Minister of Official Languages delivered a rhetorical speech full of hopeful thinking, but nothing concrete for Quebecers. Will the federal language law stop justifying the exclusion of Bill 101? Will the federal government, in its legislation, recognize that French is the only minority language, the only official language and common language in Quebec, instead of always trying to promote more services in English and institutional bilingualism? Bill 101 was established precisely to counter institutional bilingualism and to make French the common language of all Quebecers. It's not an exclusive thing. It's an inclusive thing. It's the most inclusive, integrative thing that we could do in Quebec. Bill 101 is meant to bring everyone together with one common language. That's why we proudly call ourselves the children of Bill 101. And it's serious. There's been a real decline of French in Quebec and Canada. And if we don't make a major change now, it's going to get harder and harder to fix things and make French the common language in Quebec. So the federal government has to recognize that fact, has to recognize that Quebec has to be in charge of its own language policy solely and exclusively. That's the only way that French can become truly the common language. That's the only way we can protect the future for French in Quebec. But the minister, with what she's proposing, all we're going to do is, once again, the federal government is going to show that the only way to protect the future of French in Quebec is through independence. That's the only way Quebec will be able to fully support Francophone communities outside Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this crucial discussion, this very important discussion today on the document that the official language minister has tabled. I'd like to take a minute, Mr. Speaker, to say that as a Quebecer, I had the very great pleasure of being born into a French-speaking family. One of my parents was a poet and a writer, and so I was literally surrounded by books. All walls in our house were covered by bookshelves, so we were surrounded by books. We grew up, my brother and I, in a very fortunate situation, with French music as well, with Félix Vigneault, Pauline Julien, Claude Gauthier, and we were also fortunate enough to meet Gérard Godin, the poet, on a number of occasions, and that guides you in life. It makes you love French and French music. with Brel, Barbara, Léo Ferré, music from France. And so that was literally a part of my DNA. And it's also part of the DNA of my political party, the NDP, which has taken action in the past and made effective and logical proposals to protect French in Quebec and throughout the country. So I'm pleased to take part in this debate because I'd like to share my concerns that are shared by a number of colleagues about the threats that are hanging over the survival and flourishing of French all across Canada. I think everyone agrees that French is currently under threat and that time is of the essence. There's been a marked decline in the use of French in Quebec and in other provinces, and French must be better supported and better respected by federal institutions and the Government of Canada. I think that from that angle, once these findings have been arrived at, we have to be careful about our choice of words. We shouldn't simply say that French and English are equal. In theory, that's fine. And the English minority in Quebec, for example, has historic rights and they have institutions that need to be preserved and defended. We all agree on that. But there has to be an analysis and a finding that there's only one of the two official languages that is fragile right now and that is under threat, and that is French. And given that, there have to be additional steps taken, better support, better assistance in order to preserve this beautiful language that we all share in. But it's a minority language in North America. There are some 8 million French speakers out of 360 million English speakers in North America. So we are the neighbors to the greatest cultural power in the world, the country with the greatest music and film production. Well, maybe apart from India, but we're not that influenced by India. We're more influenced by the U.S. So we need to keep that in mind, too, because we've seen Francophone communities diminish and dwindle, and we really need to intervene to support those communities. Some are very vibrant, very healthy. They're doing wonderful things, but there are others that are in much more difficult positions. And even in Quebec, it's not rosy everywhere. And we have to admit that in terms of service to clients in downtown Montreal, there have been some problems in recent years. And we need to acknowledge that and take steps accordingly. And before I come to that, I'd like to mention that the minister said a number of times in her speech, and I'm not sure I understood everything she said about taking action. She said something along the lines of the more we talk about taking action, the more we're really talking about consulting instead of actually doing something. And so from that perspective, the federal government today is tabling a plan, a reform plan to modernize the Official Languages Act. But the Official Languages Act hasn't been really amended since 1998, and there's something needs to be done to improve access to services in the language of a person's choosing. And so the Official Languages Commissioner has repeatedly called on the Liberal government to table legislation to modernize the Official Languages Act. But despite the urgency of the situation and the marked decline in French in Quebec and all across Canada, the Liberal government continues to delay the implementation of concrete reforms. There have been consultations on modernizing the Act back in 2018. After those consultations, more in 2019, the minister has acknowledged that in May 2019, further consultations were held on modernizing the Act, and then there was a national symposium with over 300 participants in Ottawa. And added to that, the 2019 Liberal election platform included tabling a bill to modernize the Official Languages Act and strengthen the powers of the Official Languages Commissioner, as well as the appointment of bilingual judges to the Supreme Court. So on that last point, Mr. Speaker, I think the Liberal government, until recently, has refused to do this, but it's like a light finally went off, and they said, oh yeah, that might be a good idea. Let's include that. But let's get serious. The minister says it's time to act after all the consultations, after all the reports, after the Official Languages Committee's reports, after the Senate Committee reports as well. For all intents and purposes, what is she presenting to us today? It's a working document that will eventually lead to the creation of a committee that will proceed with further consultations and finally table a report with recommendations that we could go by and eventually introduce legislation. Mr. Speaker, this is hardly serious. If the minister truly realized that there was urgency, that it was an emergency, that something had to be done, they wouldn't just strike a new committee. They would introduce legislation. This could have been done 3, 4, 5 years ago with this Liberal government. So we're 18 months into a minority government, and the urgency of the situation has pushed the Liberals to create a committee that will file a report with recommendations that will eventually perhaps lead to the introduction of legislation. That's hardly urgency. Even though the minister talked about urgency many times in her speech, she's not showing any real urgency. We in the NDP have acted and we continue to act to protect and promote French. I'd like to come back to something that perhaps 8 years ago when we were the official opposition, Alexandrine Latendresse had tabled a bill which would require all officers of Parliament to be bilingual. So the Environment Commissioner, the Auditor General, and others, and that changed. That was a concrete change thanks to the NDP. And I recently introduced a motion recognizing the fragility of French, and that was passed unanimously. So today, I get the feeling that we have now a working document that's full of wishful thinking. I've got nothing against wishful thinking. There's some good things in that, but there's no teeth to it, and there's no real action. There's no real sense of urgency in that document. We are happy that the right to work in French and to have written communications in French, we're happy that that's going to be a requirement in federally regulated workplaces. That has been a long-standing demand of the NDP. And there have been some weird situations, inconsistent situations where, for example, a person working for a credit union would have the right to work and communicate in French, but at the Bank of Montreal, for example, they wouldn't have that same right because of the different jurisdictions. So it was a contradictory situation. We in the NDP have been asking for that to happen, whether it was a Conservative or a liberal government. It didn't matter, but it still hasn't happened. And then when it comes to the rights of Francophone workers outside Quebec, there too there's an interesting proposal, but it's only where numbers warrant, where there's a high concentration of Francophones. So it's not exactly clear. But this morning in an interview, the minister didn't seem to be able to give a very specific answer. The committee, all she could say was that the committee would look at that and make recommendations about what it might mean in real terms. And yet there is a rule in the Public Service Act that includes the right to work in French, and where there's 5% of the population is Francophone. That seems to be the threshold in order to invoke that right to be able to work and communicate in French. I'm wondering why the Liberal government didn't use an existing rule like that one, a rule that applies to the federal public service. They could have applied that to private companies under federal jurisdiction. They could have used that so that workers in private companies that wanted to speak French in the workplace, they could. Why wouldn't they use a rule that already exists? But no, they're not using that rule. They want to get into a whole new debate about what qualifies, what is enough Francophones to trigger that right. So I'd like to come back to the question from this morning. Is this not a two-tier system that's being created? And it appears to me that the answer is yes. It looks like a two-tier system. So someone, for example, working for Rogers in Moncton might have the right to invoke French language rights in the workplace, but someone working for Rogers in Calgary wouldn't have the same rights. So the criteria would mean that French language rights outside Quebec would be different depending on which region you lived in. And that we're against that in the NDP.
We grant more powers to the Commissioner of Official Languages. That's what we're seeing here. More powers to the Commissioner. That's been requested for a long time by the Francophone and Acadian communities. But there doesn't seem to be a financial sanctions authority. The idea of the Official Languages Commissioner being able to impose financial sanctions on various agencies and organizations that don't respect the Act, well, that doesn't seem to be considered here. Why? It seems like an important factor in strengthening the Commissioner's powers. We would bring that forward. And then there's also been many requests from the various Francophone and Acadian communities to have an administrative tribunal for these situations, but that's absent here. But it's a crucial idea. And there's a great deal more that could be done, and that should be done by the federal government to promote French. For example, the Program for Official Languages in Education. There is an excellent increase in students in the 700 French language schools outside Quebec, 16% over the last 5 years. But the education budget has been frozen for about a decade. So there are more students, and that's good, but the budget hasn't grown accordingly. We'll be able to look at the numbers later and discuss them, but that is an issue because we're talking about money that funds educational and sports activities for schools. And if they don't have the money they need, there can be a problem. And students may leave French schools after the primary level and go to English schools. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Point of order. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm seeking unanimous consent to be able to respond to the minister's statement.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to also speak on this matter? Yes, there's no opposition. The honourable member from Fredericton.
Merci. Madame la Présidente, c'est avec grand plaisir que
Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to respond to the minister's statement regarding the modernization of the Official Languages Act. I am from New Brunswick, the only officially bilingual province in the country. I am proud of representing the riding of Fredericton, where so many people live and work in our two official languages. That reality symbolizes the societal objective that Canadians decided to undertake now more than 50 years ago. As my colleagues have mentioned today, French brings together millions of people throughout the country. In each province and territories, people communicate, love, and dream in French. It is therefore essential to protect this language and also to implement tools to ensure that the language can thrive and prosper.
Madam Speaker, I have a deep personal connection to what language represents, an endless empathy for what it means when you've lost the ability to express your deepest thoughts in the language that once belonged to your ancestors. Language is a reflection of our soul. It is the means by which we are able to better describe the world in which we live, without hesitation or doubt, with love. When my stepfather was growing up, he and everyone he knew was shamed for speaking Wolastoqiyik. Shame is a powerful weapon. It cuts deep and almost totally severed the connection of his people to their language, the language that should be passed on to my children. Language is at the root of identity. Once this land was a diverse forest of cultural identity, and it can be again with the proper nourishment. As we protect the two official languages of this country, let's also ensure that the ones that were spoken on this land for millennia take root to stand proud and strong once again. I am encouraged by the minister's statement, affirming the unfailing support of her government towards
but what did I
preserving
say to you? I said
and revitalizing Indigenous language.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Members don't have all of their mics off. I would remind members to please ensure that their microphone is off, otherwise their conversations will be heard in the House and it interrupts the proceedings. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Merci. Apprendre une langue n'est pas chose facile.
Learning a language isn't easy, but it opens the doors of a new world full of opportunity and adventure. Entering another culture and learning to speak in a second language can be scary because you end up looking for words, seeking words out and not remembering them and not knowing exactly how to answer questions. It's intimidating. In a certain way, I embody this idea of uniting two identities, listening and celebrating what makes us unique from coast to coast to coast. But we need the tools to appropriate this unique reality in Canada. That's the only way to really reaffirm that our two official languages have reached true equality. Sometimes, beyond hello, bonjour, we can forget what true linguistic duality means. Because very often this directly affects people's safety and dignity. During this pandemic, where we all have heightened anxiety, being able to express ourselves in our own language and receive services in our own language is essential in order to protect everyone's well-being. Whether people who are crossing national borders to obey quarantine guidelines, or when unilingual francophone seniors in my own province are not able to receive services in their language in long-term care during a COVID outbreak, which makes their distress worse. In cases like these, having access to education and resources is very important. And when it comes to education, getting the adequate education and resources in French is also an eternal struggle for francophone minorities. And this burden has been held by official language minority communities from Charlottetown to Victoria. Until the Supreme Court reminds us that French and English have equal status and rights and privileges, nothing can be taken for granted.
Having a right and having a right respected, ensuring that the oversight body has the appropriate tools to reinforce the act is also crucial. I am encouraged to see that the government is moving in that direction. During these last months, I thought a lot about the meaning of the word resilience and how we collectively had to learn how to navigate between grief and sorrow and moments of unity and hope. Resilience is the strength that minority linguistic communities have mastered through the decades. L'union fait la force.
Strength through unity. That's Acadie's motto, and it's representative of what enables us to prosper and will enable us to recover after the pandemic, and even more important, what will enable our communities and families to remain dynamic.
I believe it is only by working together, by upholding the values of respect and diversity of this country, that we will be able to reestablish this new linguistic balance in all aspects of Canadians' lives, at work, at play, at home. Let us be an example of unity beyond our borders. L'espoir.
I hope that the plan presented by the minister will mark a new page and that we'll be able to start a new chapter.
Thank you.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that due to Minister's statement, government orders will be extended by 57 minutes.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introductions of private members' bill. Monsieur Marcil, appuyé par Madame Gill, demande.
Mr. Marcil, seconded by Ms. Gill, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Governor-General's Act. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you very much. I am very pleased to table today a bill to lower the amount of money that will be spent by Quebecers for the monarchy. I believe my colleagues will want to support this bill because they too represent taxpayers. The monarchy is outdated and anti-democratic. It is based on the idea that we are not equal. Ultimately, it just means that we accept submitting, and that goes against our values of equality and freedom. So, to pay $260,000 per year for the monarchy's representative is indecent. So, we are proposing a symbolic wage of $1 a year if we really have to pay something. In fact, $1 is too much, but we are the party of compromise. So that's what we're suggesting. Thank you. Mr. Marcis, seconded by Ms. Gill, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed carried.
I
think the bells are going to start ringing right now.
I would just ask members to make sure that their mics are off if they're virtual.
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. I wish to remind the House of the provisions of Section 2812 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, which reads as follows. If no motion pursuant to subsection 11 has been previously moved and disposed of, a motion to concur in the report shall be deemed to have been moved on the 30th sitting day after the day on which the report was tabled, and the Speaker shall immediately put every question necessary to dispose of the motion. Puisqu'on n'a pas disposé de la motion du député de Leeds.
Given that the motion of the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes has not been disposed of, and given that today is the 30th sitting day after the day on which the report was tabled, the Chair is obliged to proceed. Pursuant to subsection 2812 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members, a motion to concur in the Conflict of Interest and Ethic Commissioner's report, entitled The Maloney Report, is deemed moved.
Follows. That the report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner tabled on Thursday, November 19, 2020 be concurred in. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Yes, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the New Democratic Party caucus requests that this motion be adopted on division.
Agreed. Does the Honourable Member have consent to have it done on division, have the vote done on division? No? No? Convoquer les députés.
So, I would like to ask members to turn off their mic if they're here virtually, because their conversations will be heard here in the House and elsewhere.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one: that the report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner tabled on Thursday, November 19th, be concurred in. November 19th, 2020, be concurred in. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise. All those opposed to the all those on my left.
Just all those in favor.
Oh, all those in favor, please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des députés qui participent.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when voting.
Veuillez aussi
Please ensure that the boom is lowered as well with your mic at the end.
Party.
Mr. Algabra.
Madam Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against, contre.
Mr. Amos.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, contre, against.
Ms. Anand.
Je vote contre la motion aussi.
Ms. Anand, contre, against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against, contre.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against, contre.
Mr. Baines.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against, contre.
Mr. Baker.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre, against.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote against.
Mr. Baptiste, your video didn't come on. Could you try again, please?
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baptiste, against, contre.
Mr. Beach.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against, contre.
Ms. Bendayan.
Merci, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Ms. Bennett.
Against.
Ms. Bennett, against, contre.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bessette, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibeau, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against, contre.
Mr. Blair.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Blair, against, contre.
Mr. Blois.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blois, against, contre.
Mr. Brettina. Mr. Brettina. Madame Brière.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Casey, contre, against.
Ms. Cheger.
Against.
Ms. Cheger, against, contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je vote contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen, against, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. De Brusen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. De Brusen, against, contre.
Ms. Demoff.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Demoff, against, contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, against, contre.
Ms. Dillon.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Dillon, against, contre.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Contre.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
I vote against the motion.
Monsieur Duclos, against, contre.
Mr. Dogood.
I vote against the motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Dugood, against, contre.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
I vote against the motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Mr. Essasi.
I vote against, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Essasi, against, contre.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Elkoury, contre, against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Fillmore, against, contre.
Monsieur Finnegan.
Je suis absolument contre cette motion, Madame la Présidente.
Mr. Finnegan, contre, against.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, against.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Contre la motion, Madame Présidente.
Mr. Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Fortier.
Against this motion.
Madame Fortier, against, contre.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Fragiscaros, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fraser, contre, against.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Freeland, against, contre.
Ms. Fry.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Fry, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Gould, against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Madame la Présidente, je m'oppose à cette motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, contre, against.
Ms. Haidu.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Haidu, against, contre.
Mr. Hardy.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Madam Speaker, I am opposed.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Hosfather.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hosfather, contre, against.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Hussein, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre the motion.
Madame Hutchings, contre, against.
Monsieur Iacono.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Iacono, contre, against.
Ms. Yen.
Je vote contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Ms. Yen, contre, against.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jazek, against, contre.
Madame Joly.
Contre, Madame la Présidente.
Madame Joly, contre, against.
Mrs. Jordan.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, against, contre.
Mr. Jawari.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Jawari, against, contre.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Kellaway, against, contre.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote against this motion.
Ms. Khalid, against, contre.
Ms. Kara.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kara, against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
I vote against this motion.
Madame Koutrakis, against, contre.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Kuzmerchek, against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde, contre, against.
Madame Lambropoulos.
I vote against this motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, against, contre.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, contre, against.
Mr. Lamour.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Lamoureux, against, contre.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Ms. Latanzio, against, contre.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je voterai contre la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, contre, against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc, contre, against.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre cette motion.
Madame Le Boutillier, contre, against.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Contre.
Monsieur Lefebvre, contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbond.
Contre, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Lightbound, contre, against.
Mr. Long.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Long, against, contre.
Mr. Longfield.
Against.
Mr. Longfield, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, against, contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Maloney, against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre cette motion.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada, contre, against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, against, contre.
Mr. McDonald.
I stand with my friend and vote no.
Mr. McDonald, against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
I am adamantly opposed to this motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. McKay, against, contre.
Ms. McKenna.
I'm against this motion.
Ms. McKenna, against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, contre, against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, against, contre.
Madame Mendez.
Je vote contre la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Madame Mendez, contre, against.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller, against, contre.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, against, contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, contre, against.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Murray, contre, against.
Ms. Ing.
I vote against this motion.
Ms. Ing, against, contre.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, against, contre.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor against. Contre.
Mr. Pulaski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulaski against. Contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough against. Contre.
Mr. Reagan.
I vote against.
Mr. Reagan against. Contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote contre la motion.
Robillard contre. Against.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Madame la Présidente, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez contre. Against.
Mr. Rogers.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers against. Contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
I absolutely vote against this motion.
Romanado against. Contre.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
I vote against this motion, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North against. Contre.
Mr. Saini.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Saini against. Contre.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan against. Contre.
Ms. Sachs.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sachs against. Contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame la Présidente, je vote complètement contre cette motion.
Sanson contre. Against.
Mr. Sarai.
Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai against. Contre.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Very much against this motion. Je suis contre la motion.
Mr. Scarpaleggia against. Contre.
Monsieur Schifke.
Very much opposed to this motion, Madam Speaker.
Schifke against. Contre.
Mrs. Schultz.
Very much against this motion. Thank you.
Mrs. Schultz against. Contre.
Monsieur Serré.
Voting against this motion.
Mr. Serré against. Contre.
Ms. Groh.
Completely against this motion.
Screw against. Contre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madam Speaker, absolutely against.
Mr. Sheehan against. Contre.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East against. Contre.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, absolutely against this motion.
Sidhu, Brampton South against. Contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
Mr. Sims against. Contre.
Mr. Sorbara.
Absolument contre la motion, Madame Présidente.
Mr. Sorbara against. Contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
I vote against this motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Spengeman against. Contre.
Ms. Tassi.
Madam Speaker, against.
Mrs. Tassi against. Contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madam Speaker, I'm adamantly opposed.
Mr. Turnbull against. Contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madam Speaker, I was having difficulty with my camera at the time the vote was read. I did hear it, and my camera has been resolved. I would like the opportunity to vote adamantly against the motion.
Mr. Van Dynen against. Contre.
Mr. Van Coverden.
Strongly against.
Mr. Van Coverden against. Contre.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Vandal against. Contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Vaughan against. Contre.
Mr. Virani.
I stand by the integrity of my colleague and vote against this motion.
Virani against. Contre.
Mr. Weiler.
Completely against this motion.
Mr. Weiler against. Contre.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Wilkinson against. Contre.
Ms. Yip.
I vote strongly against this motion.
Ms. Yip against. Contre.
Ms. Young.
Je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young contre. Against.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Ms. Zahid against. Contre.
Ms. Zahn.
Je suis contre.
Ms. Zahn contre. Against.
Monsieur Zouberi.
Je m'oppose à la motion.
Monsieur Zouberi contre. Against.
Before we continue, I do want to remind members they're only to state whether they vote in favor or against and not to add anything else to that. Not absolutely, not indefinitely, whatever. The other thing that I also want to raise is the discussions that were being had in the House and how disrespectful that is while the vote is going on. It's difficult enough for the clerks to do their job, but to do it under that circumstance is really not acceptable. So I would hope that at the end of the vote that those members will apologize to the clerks for the goings-on. Les députés du Parti conservateur.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abultaif.
For.
Could you repeat?
Mr. Abultaif, pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
For.
Mr. Aitchison, pour.
Mr. Albus.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Albus, pour.
Ms. Alislev.
In favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, pour.
Mr. Allison.
For.
Mr. Allison, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote in favor of supporting the Ethics Commissioner.
Barrett, pour.
Mr. Benzen.
In favor.
Mr. Benzen, pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, for.
Mr. Bazan.
I concur in the concurrence report.
Mr. Bazan, pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis.
Madame la Présidente, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévis, for.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mrs. Block, pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour.
Mr. Brassard.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, pour.
Mr. Chu.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chu, your video didn't come on. Could you try again, please?
Sure, Madam Chair. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chu, pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Could you try again? Your video didn't come on.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chong, pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Dalton, pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Diot, pour.
Mr. Dowdall. Mr.
I
Dowdall.
vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, pour.
Mr. Epp.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Epp, pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, pour.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, pour.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock, pour.
Miss Findlay, Holloman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Findlay, Holloman, Norfolk, pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, your video doesn't seem to be on. Could you try again, please? I just want to remind the members all their videos have to be on the whole time during the vote. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Gallant, 4 pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour 4.
Mr. Genius.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Janice, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gladue, pour 4.
Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Gourde.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, 4 pour.
Mr. Hallam.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jensen.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jensen, 4 pour.
Madame Bégin, me revoilà.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote
Non,
for.
j'ai un problème. Je n'ai pas pu voter parce que ma caméra.
Monsieur Godin, j'apprécie. On va revenir à vous une fois que les votes sont terminés ici, à la fin des autres parties. Alors, on n'a pas fini, mais non, on va revenir. OK?
I vote for.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
Madam Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
Or
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Kurek.
For.
Mr. Kurek, 4 pour.
Mr. Lake.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lake, pour 4.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, 4 pour.
Monsieur Leroux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Leroux, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, 4 pour.
Mr. Lobb.
Abstain.
Mr. Lobb, abstain. Abstention.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor.
Mr. McKenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
In favor.
Mr. McGuire, 4 pour.
Mr. Mazier.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColeman.
In favor.
Mr. McColeman, 4 pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
In favor.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morans.
In favor.
Mr. Morantz, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
M. Paulus, votre vidéo n'a pas déclenché. Est-ce que vous pouvez réessayer, s'il vous plaît?
Je vote pour la motion.
Parfait, merci.
Mr. Paulus, 4 pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour 4.
Mr. Redekop.
I'm in support of this motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Mr. Reed.
Madam Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Mr. Reed, against, contre.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
For.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Mr. Richards.
I vote for.
Mr. Richards, 4 pour.
Ms. Rude.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rude, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Shear.
In favor.
Mr. Shear, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields.
Vote in favor.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote for.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote for.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
For.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
In favor.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
En faveur.
Mr. Sweet, pour 4.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker votes in favor.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal.
In favor, Madam Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Van Popta, pour 4.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
For.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
Je suis en faveur.
Mr. Viss, pour 4.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote for.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4 pour.
Mr. Walkington.
For.
Mr. Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
For.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yodega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
For.
Mr. Zimmer, your video didn't come on. Could you try again, please?
For.
Thank you.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members from the Bloc québécois.
Marcel Duval.
Pour, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Je suis en faveur, Madame la Présidente.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je suis en faveur.
Madame Bérubé, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Pour.
Monsieur Baudrillard, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau. Madame Charbonneau. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour.
Madame Desbiens, pour 4.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilet, pour 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour 4.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Marcil, pour 4.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour 4.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
En faveur.
Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour, merci.
Monsieur Simard, pour 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Oui, je vote pour.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame la Présidente, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, pour 4.
Monsieur Terrien.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Terrien, pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, merci.
Monsieur Trudel, pour 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, pour 4.
Les membres du nouveau Parti démocratique.
The members of the New Democratic Party.
North Island Powell River.
4, Madame Speaker.
Mrs. Blaney, North Island Powell River, 4 pour.
The members for the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Against, Madame Speaker.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Manley, against, contre.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote against.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island, against, contre.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ratansi, against, contre.
Mr. Tabara.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabara, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I was on camera, heard the question, and the screen then disappeared. I wish to vote against the motion.
Yeah, against, contre.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Madame la Présidente, ce n'était pas un problème technique et technologique, c'est un code 18. Alors, j'ai bel et bien entendu la question et je vais...
I heard the question and I vote yes.
Yeah, pour, 4.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Je vote pour, Madame la Présidente.
Madame Charbonneau, pour, 4.
L'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
J'ai déjà voté, Madame la Présidente.
Excuse. L'honorable député de Yukon.
Madam Speaker, I'm totally against the motion, but unfortunately I did not hear the question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? I don't think you have your headset on, and therefore it's not very clear.
Madam Speaker, sorry, I'm totally against this motion, but unfortunately, I did not hear the question.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre. The honourable Brampton Centre. I'm sorry.
I vote against the motion.
Perfect.
And I heard the question.
Mr. Sanga, against, contre.
Okay, are there any other members who have had a difficult... Oui, votre vote a été enregistré.
Your vote was recorded, yes.
Yeas pour 136, 133. Nays contre 152, 152.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried. No, I apologize. I declare the motion defeated.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Following your following a comment that you made during the vote, Madam Speaker, I did just want to address that, and you're absolutely correct. I do owe an apology. During the vote, the member from Carleton and I got into a heated exchange there, and I know that distracted the work that the table does as well as the House, and it wasn't appropriate to do that. So for my part in that, I do sincerely apologize to the table, to you, and indeed the entire House.
Much. The honourable member for Carleton wishes to has a point of order.
Yes, if our conversation was slightly too loud and slightly too energetic and slightly too distracting, I join with my colleague from Kingston in offering an apology for that.
It being 2:27, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Members' business, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Isasi on motion M35, instruction to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, environment grading label.
I want to remind members who are virtual to make sure that their phones are off, that their microphones are off. Is there a point of order from the honourable member for Gatineau? No? Okay.
Will you be proceeding to presenting petitions?
No, we are now going to private members' business, so there's no petitions today, unfortunately. Okay. Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council and to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Oh.
Hey.
The honourable member only has, just want to remind him that he has 6 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just make sure that you can, yeah, it's off. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to speak on the motion that we have before us today. The motion would, in fact, ask us to instruct the House of Commons Committee to study on the possible implementation of the consumer-friendly environment grading labeling on all products available to Canadian consumers. And I think it is a very positive initiative, Madam Speaker. There is a number of issues that come to my mind when I think of motions of this nature. First and foremost, I think that we underestimate the true value of providing information through labeling. And anything that we can do to enhance that, I think the better it is. And one only needs to take a look in terms of grabbing what we have on can labels or food products, where there's a very clear indication in terms of by consuming that particular product that this is what you're going to receive, whether it's trans fat, sodium, calories. A lot of people like to watch for calories. But what it does, I believe, is it meets an interest that Canadian consumers have. And to that degree, I think that the member has provided through this motion a positive aspect of education, recognizing the importance of or educating on the issue of our environment and expanding that sense of consumer awareness. I did have the chance to provide some comments when it first came up. It wasn't my intention to necessarily prolong, but just to be able to state what I believe to be very, very important, and that is when we talk about the issue of consumer labeling in general. I see it as a very strong positive. Earlier today we had ministerial statement about the importance of bilingualism, and when we think of labels, that also then applies. We need to have a further discussion, I believe, on this issue. I think that it could generate some positive thoughts in which I would suggest you would be in the line of being consumer friendly, public education, and I see that as a good thing. So with those few words, I wanted just to compliment the member for bringing in the motion, as I know that the House will get the opportunity to vote on it shortly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, you are correct. I will be splitting my time with the member from Carleton, and thank goodness, because he is a tough act to follow, and so I'm very grateful that I truly that I am here first. And with a little luck as well, I will also catch my flight back to Calgary. Yes, Madam Speaker. Of course, as my colleague from the other side of the House just mentioned, that this has to do with the labeling of products for environmental indicators and perhaps health indicators. And I thought, Madam Speaker, that with my time today, I would start with the story of my family business. My mother, as I said before in the House of Commons, is from the lovely province of Quebec, and my father is a teacher who is originally from Saskatchewan. But when they went to Saskatchewan, they had the wonderful occasion to meet my godfather, John Varayan, and together he and my father made the bold decision to move to Calgary, where I was born and raised in my riding of Calgary Midnapore, and start business there. And they started with an incredible gift business called the Oriental Emporium. They had 3 locations throughout the city. However, my father noticed something, and that was that 40% of the sales were wicker and rattan. And so with this information, he made the decision that he was going to go into the wicker and rattan business, which was really something. And again, he started this in a retail fashion. He had 3 stores, again, at the height of his business, and in coordination with my mother, who served as a business partner, and decisions were made around the dinner table and whether or not it was a good day at the store determined how dinner went in the evening. And so, this really was a strong family legacy. My father made the decision with my mother to sell the businesses in 1988, and from there they proceeded to 3 years later open up a concept similar of a larger box store, a warehouse style format, but again with the products of wicker and rattan. Well, it's very interesting. I've really, of course, reflected over wicker and rattan throughout my years. It is no...
Interrupt the member for a second, and I will stop the time. I just wanted to, double check on something. It's not something that we see often where someone will ask to split their time during private members' business. So is that really what the member was asking? And if so, then she would need unanimous consent of the House to split her time. Are you taking the full 10 minutes?
10 minutes, excuse me.
Okay, then there is no splitting of time. Perfect. I will restart. I will continue the clock. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you kindly. Then I guess it would be we have changed our speaking times. My apologies for that confusion for the chair and for the table as well. I'm sincerely sorry. So they started a warehouse format, and as I said, I've had a lot of time to reflect on wicker and rattan throughout the years. We're very fortunate. My younger brother made the decision to pass on the business or accept the business from my parents after several years. But upon reflection of the business and most importantly the product of the business, I recognized maybe some 5 years ago, as we've seen it more of an interest of Canadians and society and the world in general, of thinking of buying responsibly and choosing responsible products, that my family, in fact, for years had been contributing to the environmental cause by selling a renewable product. And this is something that really struck me quite significantly, that all this time, as this evolution in the world had been going on towards the environment and greener existence, really, my family had been contributing to this for over 3 decades. And so my message here with this, Madam Speaker, is in fact that really the market will always determine these things. The market will make the decision as to the products that are successful within our society and the products which are not successful. And oddly enough, Madam Speaker, I would also state that unforeseen to my family and my family business, this pandemic has been a time where, again, wicker and rattan has thrived as Canadians and Calgarians, and as well those into BC where we have extensions of our business as well, look to have products to beautify their environments and their backyards since they are stuck at home at this time, Madam Speaker. So my fundamental point regarding all this, Madam Speaker, is that there are already voluntary rules that exist for this, that businesses, if they feel so inclined, they may certainly put whatever labeling they want upon their products in an effort to indicate what is within the product or how environmentally friendly that it is. But as the story of my family's business proves, the market chose an environmentally responsible product, and I'm very proud of this. And I think it's always very dangerous, Madam Speaker, when the government tells us what we should buy, what we shouldn't buy. And very frankly, Madam Speaker, this government has been terrible at that. They have consistently chosen winners and losers throughout industry and throughout our economy. And unfortunately, I have seen up front and up close the end result within 2 sectors. The first being the natural resources sector in my home province of Alberta, where we have seen industry killing legislation such as Bill C-69, C-48. I mean, this is what happens when government intervenes incorrectly, as could be the case with this private member's bill, and that is that industry dies. I've also seen, Madam Speaker, this upfront and personal with the airline sector in a case where the government's, this was a case where the government should have intervened, where they should have come forward with rapid testing, with testing on arrival, testing on departure, and certainly what we hoped would have been the good distribution of vaccines, but unfortunately, to the disappointment of all Canadians, has not. So, again, Madam Speaker, I say it, I think it's always very, very dangerous when the government intervenes within business. And as I said, we have seen this in both the natural resources sector as well as the airline sector. As well, Madam Speaker, I would like to point out the incredible burden that this would place upon business and small business in particular. And we know that this government has been no friend to small business at all during their time. Who can forget 2017 and the changes that this government tried to implement against small businesses? Things that would have major impact, such as income sprinkling, such as passive income, passing on businesses within families, something I referenced earlier within my speech. And thank goodness my colleague, the member for Brandon-Souris, is putting forward legislation that will at least attempt to go against that. But Madam Speaker, fundamentally, I would just like to say, I think it's never a good thing when government attempts to intervene, to control markets, to direct markets. And also, Madam Speaker, I would say that a piece of legislation such as this does what this government does not do well, and that is keep focused on the big picture, which at this time, Madam Speaker, coming out of this pandemic, is about restoring the economy and bringing jobs to Canadians. And this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, will not allow businesses to focus upon this. It will force them to focus on labeling at a time when they should be thinking about increasing revenues, employing more Canadians, bringing the economy back. And unfortunately, this piece of legislation does not focus on this. And so, Madam Speaker, just in closing, I would like to say I feel genuinely that my family, who could have foreseen that the legacy of the family business and this business starting and thriving within Alberta and beyond would have been with the use of an environmental product. But in fact it was, and in fact it succeeded, and the market chose that. Again, we see that the government intervening has destroyed the natural resources sector. And make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker, it was a joint effort in Alberta with all levels of government to bring my poor city to the place where it is now. And 2021 brings the opportunity for change at the civic level. And perhaps we will see that. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this private member's bill. The opposition, I believe, will not be supporting this private member's bill. The market knows what it is doing, and this private member's bill does not support that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that everyone agrees that this is an important issue, labeling, but unfortunately, we can't support the motion either. It's a motion that appears to be well-intentioned when it says that Canadians and Quebecers know that climate change is a threat and they want to adapt their consumer habits and so on. That's fine. And that they're entitled to know what the environmental impact of their products is, and we're fine with that. Industry will have to adapt, but I think we've seen that there's an increased appetite for buying local, and there's an idea of security behind that decision too. And there's a huge motivation to protect the environment. People are aware about the costs of transporting food, and they want to buy local, and there's an environmental cost to transportation. the motion seems to predetermine what the report of the committee would conclude, and I think we have to object to that. And then it also talks about uniform labeling that would be for all products. I don't think that's realistic, including imports. So I think if we want to have a consistent approach, it should be industry by industry, the uniform labeling. This is just an example. I think it would be very hard to measure the environmental impact of a fish as opposed to an ATV. You can't have the same labeling for both. So I think you should compare one car to another. What's the environmental impact of this car versus that car? And then there could be incentives. Let me explain my thinking a bit in more depth. The problem is that the committee is being expected to hold 12 meetings. I don't know if you realize what 12 meetings of the Environment Committee would be. That would tie the committee up for a very long period of time, and I think we have more important things to deal with. The regulations, when you want to have a single regulation across the board, we don't think that's a good idea. We think we should look at what's already being done. And if you look at the market, I think you'll see that there's a whole range of labeling, environmental labeling, and we recognize that it's all very confusing to the average consumer who's trying to figure out what the environmental impact of their purchases will be. So a pragmatic approach would be to look at what is being done, what are the practices industry by industry, and models should be identified that could help. And so instead of dictating, maybe we should be looking at guidelines instead. We also this motion completely ignores the role of the provinces and territories when it comes to labeling. And as you know, in the bloc, we are always on the lookout for jurisdictional issues. So we raise a red flag there, too. Now, there are different kinds of labels. According to Environment Quebec, there are Type 1 labels that address pre-established program conditions, and they ensure that the product's performance is audited by an accreditation authority. So when you talk about the life cycle of a product, you calculate the environmental impact of that product from manufacturer right up until disposal. So whether it's recyclable or not, and my colleague who spoke before me talked about reusable products. There are other types of certification, type 2, that can be done by any person who supplies the product, and then there's more room for error there. It has to be based on verifiable data, but that's less clear. And then there's type 3 products, type 3 certification, which provides quantitative data on the environmental impact according to validated techniques. Now, there are other things too, ISO standards and so on, but what we say is that if a committee was to do a study like this, we'd really have to focus on something. And we'd have to decide from what angle are we going to look at. Instead of being presented with a motion that predetermines the outcome and which would tie the committee up, the Environment Committee, for a very long period of time. He talks about 12 meetings. We think the committee has a duty to study things that we could adopt concrete things that we could adopt rapidly. And this would merely tie the committee up. And to be totally honest, it bothers me to have to take a stand against this motion because this is all well-meaning, but it has to be done right. It has to be effective. You have to keep in mind all the problems that are related to this. There's greenwashing as well, companies that might be a bit dishonest, and they might label things in a way that's not entirely accurate, and the consumer doesn't know. So there has to be some enforcement. There has to be some oversight of these private sector labeling initiatives. And when the private sector polices itself, well, there have to be some limits. There have to be some safeguards. So you would have to evaluate the accreditation process for each industry to see where the strengths and weaknesses lie. It should be subject to significant oversight, the accreditation process for the labeling. And I mentioned this before, and now I'm going to come back to it. It has to be by category of product. It would be too difficult to evaluate a tomato against a piece of clothing. What we ultimately want here, I was talking about tomatoes, we want to encourage people to buy Quebec tomatoes instead of Mexican tomatoes. So there it would be worthwhile to have labeling that might identify the GHGs due to transportation, because one of the problems I said before was that if you want to have a standard label for all products, well, it's impossible to oversee manufacturing processes in foreign countries. American milk that gets into Canada through our free trade deals has hormones that aren't allowed in Canada. So when you buy chicken from a big foreign processor, when it doesn't come from Canada or Quebec, that should be clear from the labeling. These are things that we could adopt much more quickly, and it would be much more concrete, much more effective, instead of tying the committee up for 12 whole meetings, 12 long meetings that could even turn into more meetings. And we're talking about recovery here, Madam Speaker. I didn't really take the opportunity to talk about the recovery plan, but the Bloc Québécois has a recovery plan, and I know I'm a bit of a nuisance with this, but we have our own recovery plan that's based on research, innovation, and energy transition. It's much greener. The money that's going into Trans Mountain, well, we have other uses for that. We don't mind money being invested in Alberta, but it should be invested in an intelligent transition. We should be heading in the right direction. We should be promoting electrification of transport, research and innovation. These are things that will enable us to better protect the environment, to move ahead with environmental protection. So that's it. Thanks very much for your attention.
Honourable member for resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to talk to this important subject matter with regards to this issue. There's kind of two things I'm going to focus my comments on. First is the process that we're doing right now, because I think it is important for the member to understand, I think, and as well, too, the general public to understand about how we actually proceed with parliamentary business. And then second to that is the subject matter and the appropriateness of the issues at hand here. The issues are very important, and I'm glad that the member from Sydney, Victoria has raised those. They are worth debating and discussing in our chamber. However, this process is being suggested is actually very surprising, because it appears that the member has not been well supported by his own party with regards to a process. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is that when you are selected for a private member's business, it's like winning the lottery, so to speak. At different times in my career, I've been selected at the very top, other times like this time at the very bottom. So I have no hope of getting a private member's motion or legislation into this chamber. So what we have here is something in front of us that could, quite frankly, have been done by the Liberals at committee. So it's kind of bizarre that it would be spending time on the House floor here when this actual motion could actually be struck at committee any particular day or time. And to waste that opportunity to put it here in the chamber with other political parties to engage it on the floor versus other work seems to be an unfortunate loss of an opportunity, especially given, Madam Speaker, is that the committees are supposed to be their own kind of entities. I remember the days of the John Chrétien regime when I was first elected, where we didn't even have parliamentary secretaries at committee. That was changed by the Martin administration of the Liberals at that time. And so we now have the government having kind of their own access to the cabinet, controlling or influencing the committees. And that has existed now through the Harper administration and now with this administration, which is different than in the past. The committees were their own domain. And to have the House direct the committees is very much like the tail wagging the dog. It was supposed to be the bipartisan opportunity for members to get through a number of different bills and to make sure that they're important, to be looked at and screened through a lens that's more professional and less partisan. And I've seen the tainting of that because parliamentary secretaries, despite their best intentions of their individual reflections and so forth, they have access to information that's different than the members, and also political motivations, because they're part of the political entity running the party in the governments at that particular time. So it's just a thing that happens with regards to process, and there's nothing it's not like underhanded or whatever it might be. It's just what takes place as the job as a parliamentary secretary. In fact, they're privy to more information than members of parliament. So it's been quite noted here that this is going to take 12 meetings in the House of Commons, a minimum of 12 meetings in the House of Commons committee being the environment. And I know that there's an amendment potential for it to move to industry, where I'm part of industry. And for those to understand, when you look at our parliamentary schedule, you would see that coming up, we only have a few more weeks in March. And that would be available. And then you'd be into April and May, and the entire bill and study would basically be in there for months. And then at the same time, Madam Speaker, the content process for this is to call for further study from that. And then on top of that is to report within a year. So Parliament would have to exist for this process to go beyond a year. And the government then would actually have a chance to maybe look at the study in response. So you're probably looking at a built-in, baked-in process here, about a year and a half, that could take place for issues that deserve a qualitative and quantitative, in many respects, debate right now. In fact, we would be pushing down the road, and this is what's odd about the situation, we would be kicking down the road very important issues about buying local, very important issues about labeling, and it's been quite right noted that many of these things are provincial jurisdiction, and there's also language issues as well too. So we've missed out on an opportunity on those access as well too. So what this does do, Madam Speaker, is it pushes things that are important for us to decide and to talk about further down the line. It's actually going to obstruct getting some actual accomplishments in the meantime if we're actually going to be inviting these witnesses. So 12 meetings, Madam Speaker, we have legislation that doesn't go through 12 meetings. And that's important to note because the business of the House of Commons, and say, for example, it's going to be environment or if it's going to be industry, will be compromised on acting on a whole series of other things because we don't have that time. On top of that, Madam Speaker, is that we have reduced translation services, which are crucial right now with regards to COVID-19 and capabilities in the House of Commons to actually meet. So we have a whole series of compounding factors there that take place. I do want to, though, credit the member for Sydney, Nova Scotia, though, despite the process elements that we have here, some of the things that he's raising here are important, and they're actually things that have to be discussed in different ways. And I've worked on a number of different things that have been either different labeled or they've been administered differently, and we've changed our practices. And I'd point to some of the things that have taken place that are quite significant in this chamber related to the environment, and whether it's labeling on the product or it's actually registered through a different type of process through regulatory means have made a difference. One of them that was passed was on with regards to microbeads, something that I'd worked on for a long period of time. It passed in this chamber as a motion to be listed as one of the items of concern, and now it's being managed, and that helps the Great Lakes, it helps our waters, it helps a series of things. And that process was adopted by all this chamber, and it was then the Harper administration actually made it part of regulation. So these are things that actually can get done, very item specific, and I'd hate to see some of that also held up when we find item-specific issues, because we're doing such a comprehensive study in another committee, and potentially that work is basically duplicated, or it's stalled, or it's going to be an issue that is a challenge later on. Again, Madam Speaker, one of the things that when we talk about labeling and that we've changed over the different matters of years is actually pesticide sprayings and actually what can be done on that. I know that when I was in City Council, we had moved to stop that for just our public areas, and then we were challenged about the courts on that. And long story short, the country's moved in an entire different direction now, and now we've reduced some of the pesticide sprayings and so forth that have been there. So I think these things relate to some of the intentions of this motion, but again, it's the vehicle that we're looking at it that's becoming very problematic. Madam Speaker, there's going to be a lot of changes with regards to plastics and labeling of those things. We cannot wait to do some of those things. The NDP has proposed several strong ways to go about enhancing consumer protection for that, and environmental protection, and to be done in a fair way with business as well too. And these are things that, again, shouldn't wait with regards to a study that might be so lengthy in time. And it just seems that what we end up doing here is kicking so many good things to do down the road so far and so distant, and tied up resources in the House of Commons at a time during COVID-19. It would seem very much a significant burden for ourselves, and also for the intent, I think, of the motion. I'm going to conclude, Madam Speaker, by again thanking the member from City Nova Scotia bringing this up in the subject matter. I'm sorry that it's not, for our respect to the New Democrats, going to support it. It's really entirely tied up with regards to the process that's being subjected. And I'm surprised that there wasn't any type of coaching or support to provide the pitfalls with regards to this, because it was obvious when I first saw it that there's some good ideas here, some strong things that are important, but the process is so burdensome and is so misfraught with potential issues of duplication, lost work and time, and also the disadvantage we lose to other matters, that I cannot support this. And I thank you for your time, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking the member from Sydney, Nova Scotia for introducing this motion and for his consistent advocacy on this topic. If adopted, this motion would launch a committee study on the creation of an environmentally conscious labeling regime on all product available to Canadian. Madam Speaker, before I begin discussing why I support this motion, I would like to speak on the topic that is utmost important to me, many of my constituents in Richmond Hill, and many Canadians. As you know, Madam Speaker, climate change is a serious concern that presents a great threat to our lives and the lives of our children and grandchildren. The rise of greenhouse gas emission into our Earth's atmosphere by human has led to an increased concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide, ultimately affecting the Earth's climate and the way that we humans live. The effects of climate change are already being seen today. Global surface temperature have been on the rise since the 90s, leading to extreme weather conditions such as drought, flood, and high temperature affecting our agriculture industry, our forests, glaciers, and wildlife. Madam Speaker, as a father of two, I consistently and constantly think about the impacts of climate change and how I personally can reduce my carbon footprint as well as my family's carbon footprint. To create a better better environment for my future grandchild. I am looking forward to having grandchildren at some point. Many Canadians, especially in my riding of Richmond Hill, feel the same way as I do. And the main question for us, Madam Speaker, is what can we do to ensure that the future is safe, not only for our children, but our grandchildren? This motion makes it a lot easier for parents like me to be able to answer questions like that. And at the heart of it is, at the heart of this motion is designed to support the Canadian consumer who wants and deserve to know the environmental impact of the product that they are purchasing, allowing them to make informed decision that impacts their families, as I said. We also know that many Canadian industries and businesses have already begun selling sustainably produced and locally grown products and have seen the benefits to the environment and also their bottom lines. Our government can work to bring the consumer interests and the specific needs of Canadian businesses together by creating a clear metric that assesses the environmental impact of the products that we are buying. Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I held the first meeting of my Community Environmental Council. This council is a space where constituents from Richmond Hill are able to have a forum to discuss their priorities and feedback for our government, specifically related to environment. These individuals are diverse in their age, background, and life experience. All have one thing in common: their passion for environment and the future we are leaving the next generation with. In this meeting, I realized how universal my own values are. Canadians are concerned about climate change and saving our environment. By introducing clear environmental labeling with an accessible grading system, consumers will have the power in knowing the effects of products they consume on the environment and can make the conscious decision to stop to shop sustainably. Canadians would be informed on the waste created and the greenhouse gas emitted from the products they use and can clearly identify the products that are more sustainable. Industries will then have the opportunity to reflect on these practices and make sustainable changes to their products as well. Madam Speaker, a standardized system across Canada will ensure that the information is accurate and science-based and transparent. Currently, large corporations have the means and resources to be able to invest in PR that advertises their sustainable practices. This often hurts our small local producers who are not able to invest in such advertising. A consistent metric on all product labeled will ensure that companies with large budgets will not have the advantage and consumer can judge products accurately. This will drive a green shift in the market and businesses will be inclined to adhere to more sustainable practices. Madam Speaker, we know that Canadians are concerned about the future, and I know that given the choice, Canadian will make the right decision. Informative labeling on Canadian products is not new, and statistically, there are positive effects. Nutritional labeling has been mandatory in Canada since 2017, giving Canadians the power to decide what food to buy based on the nutritional values. It is a simple and effective way of informing consumers on the ingredients of the products they consume. Researchers from the American Journal of Preventive Medicine found that the standardized nutritional information on product reduces consumer purchases of unhealthy choices by about 13%. This system can be very similar, however, in this case, products are graded based on several indicators of sustainability, including but not limited to greenhouse gas emission, water and energy usage, waste creation, chemical in products, recyclability, and durability. We can safely assume that when the grade is clearly outlined in the front of a consumer, they're more likely to make the sustainable choice. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Environment Protection Act already requires authorities to label products. For example, for products containing mercury, for products containing mercury. We have also seen labeling requirements under the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, the Pest Control Product Act, and the Food and Drug Act. Canadians are already comfortable with reading labels on products. Madam Speaker, I imagine a scenario where a conscious consumer is deciding between two different brands of the same product. They want to make a decision that will result in a lower carbon footprint, and now they have an accessibility way of easily knowing which is less impactful on our environment. I also imagine this would help our local Canadian producer and manufacturer. Lower emission of greenhouse gases due to a faster and more sustainable transportation method will make for a higher grade and help promote our local businesses. Madam Speaker, by passing this motion and sending it to the committee and engaging in this study, we will have already established Canada as a nation that is committed to climate action and providing a better future for our next generation. By investing in eco-labeling regime, this will be a step in Canada's transition into a circular economy that encourages business to take responsibility for the product they sell to Canadians, including their potential for being recycled. In closing, Madam Speaker, we have already begun this transition to the Canada-wide transition on zero plastic waste, which endorses a shift toward extended producer responsibility for the recycling of plastic products. I imagine we will be much closer to a green tech economy through this initiative as well. I hope that we have this motion pass and continue our path to saving our environment and ensuring a sustainable future for the next generation. And I support this motion moving to the committee for the study. I am part of the industry committee, and I look forward to receiving this motion in the committee to be able to study it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today we are debating a motion that seeks, quote, consumer-friendly environment grading label on all products available to Canadian consumers. And I want to start by saying I could not agree more with the goal of this environmental labeling proposition. And so today I'm going to take it one step further and help write some of the warning labels that might actually be used if this proposal is implemented. And so let me start with a product that is our #1 export in Canada, and I speak, of course, of petroleum. Of course, it is also an import because we don't have pipelines to get our oil to ourselves. We import almost 1 million barrels a day from abroad. So my idea here is that we not just have a label, but actually a loudspeaker that could tell people where the oil that made the gasoline that they're pumping into their car actually came from and what the money was used for. So this is how I see it. You're pumping gas into your automobile, and a voice comes over a loudspeaker. Dear valued customer, because the government blocked the Energy East pipeline, which would have taken 1 million barrels of Western oil to Eastern refineries, Canada imports almost 1 million barrels a day. So the voice goes on, and it might tell you this. The gasoline you are putting in your car comes from the 100,000 barrels of oil Canada imports from Saudi Arabia every day. Your gas is going to, in the words of Amnesty International, quote, the authorities who escalated repression of the rights to freedom of expression, association, and assembly. They harassed, arbitrarily detained, and prosecuted dozens of government critics, human rights defenders, including women's rights activists, members of the Shia minority, and family members of activists. Saudi Arabia failed to cooperate with the inquiry by the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary executions into the murder. The inquiry concluded in June that Jamal Khashoggi was the victim of a deliberate, premeditated extrajudicial killing for which Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, was responsible, end quote. Your payment today will fund the surveillance equipment, prisons, whips, execution chambers, or other resources that make state torture and assassinations possible. Thank you very much for filling up with us today. So that could be one of the notices that we could have when Canadians are using oil from abroad. But oil is not just fuel, it's also used in things like smartphones and eyeglasses. But let's stick with smartphones. Perhaps when you're buying one, you could have this label written on the phone. And it quotes directly from BBC. The BBC, of course, is talking about Nigeria, from which we import 12,000 barrels of oil every single day and countless other barrels embedded in the products that we buy. Quote, continued oil spills from the activities of multinationals have also cast doubt on the impact of the cleanup exercise. Things are getting worse by the day. Celestine Akpobari, an environmental activist from Ogoni, told the BBC. Mr. Akobari says that people can no longer fish or farm because of the devastation. People are dying, and there are strange diseases, and women are having miscarriages from the pollution, he says, end quote. UN scientists have found an 8-centimeter layer of refined oil floating on top of the water that supplies the community's drinking water, vastly higher than is legally permitted. Thank you very much for buying this smartphone, which includes Nigerian oil. You are funding this devastating pollution abroad. Unfortunately, the oil in this smartphone is not from Canada, where none of the aforementioned practices are undertaken. Enjoy your product. So that's another thing we could put on our product labeling if we were so intent on passing this particular proposal. Now, these kinds of labels, which I'm happy to write all day for all kinds of products, because of course we forget that oil is used for everything from textiles, basketballs, combs, prosthetics, and countless other products that we don't even realize contains petroleum. But perhaps it's time to have warning labels about all of the dirty foreign oil that goes into those products, because the clean, green, environmentally, ethically, and economically responsible oil produced here in Canada can't actually make it to the markets. Now, before our friends stand up and say, well, we won't need oil anymore because we're all going to go electric, well, there will have to be, of course, a warning label on that. And forgive me if I quote the CBC. Lithium mining. By the way, this is going to be on your electric car when we pass this motion. Lithium mining, needed to build the lithium-ion batteries at the heart of today's EVs, has been connected with other kinds of environmental harm. There have been mass fish kills related to lithium mining in Tibet, for example. The freshwater supply is being consumed by mines in South America's lithium-rich region. Even in North America, where mining regulations are strict, harsh chemicals are used to extract the valuable metal. End quote. Now, if I could quote Wired magazine, in May 2016, hundreds of protesters threw dead fish into the streets of Tagang, a town on the eastern edge of the Tibetan plateau. They had plucked them from the waters of the Liji River, where a toxic chemical leak from the Ganjihu Gongo lithium mine had wreaked havoc on the local ecosystems. These are pictures of masses of dead fish on the surface of the stream. Some eyewitnesses reported seeing cow and yak carcasses floating downstream, dead from drinking contaminated water. End quote. Now, in buying this environmentally friendly electric car, you will be sending money back to mines just like the one described in this warning label. Thank you very much for buying this automobile. By the way, dear customer, none of these kinds of practices are carried out by Canada's clean, green energy sector, which, in contrast to the aforementioned foreign suppliers, actually has the support of its surrounding communities. Now, there's a different kind of warning label that we could put on our products. We could actually highlight the successes of Canadian energy by contrast. For example, we could talk about the countless reserves and other Indigenous communities who have signed benefits agreements to receive billions of dollars of revenues from our energy sector, lifting countless First Nations people out of poverty. 20 out of 20 of the First Nations communities that surround the proposed Tech Frontier mine supported it. Every single community along the path of the Coastal GasLink supported it. We could tell people in a warning label that if you buy the products that come with the use of Canadian energy, that you will be helping to fight poverty in First Nations communities. You would also be buying an oil that has lower than the average GHG emissions per barrel produced. In fact, in the last 20 years, dear customer, as you fill up your car with gasoline that originated in Western Canada's energy sector, you are putting in your vehicle an energy source that resulted from a 36% reduction in GHG emissions per barrel of oil in the last 2 decades. And by the way, dear customer, as you buy this or that product containing Canadian oil, you're also supporting the industry that paid over $600 billion in taxes to all 3 levels of government to fund your schools, your hospitals, and your roads. You will also be putting money into an industry that faces the highest and most intense regulations on environment, on labor, on human rights. Those are all things that we could find a way to put in a label on the products that emanate from Canada's energy sector. And so, Madam Speaker, I encourage us to continue this dialogue, and that we encourage, as Conservatives, we are prepared to come forward to help in the drafting of these labels that are now going to go on our products, so that Canadians can distinguish between the dirty, unethical, polluting, and oppressing sources of energy from around the world, and the clean, green, world-leading sources of energy around the world. We might even tell Canadians on these warning labels that the first carbon-negative oil company, Whitecap Resources, which puts more GHGs back in the ground than it does in the air, actually takes greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, is a Canadian company. Maybe that could go on one of the labels that we are going to produce as a result of today's proposal. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to... the honourable sponsor of the petition, the honourable member for Sydney Victoria, has 5 minutes for right of reply. 5 minutes of right of reply to the motion.
Madam Speaker, when I first presented this motion in the House, I spoke to a climate crisis, the profound threat it represents to our children and our grandchildren. The alarm bells have rung. The United Nations has been adamant in our need to cut our carbon footprint in half globally within 10 years. The scientific evidence is clear, and poll after poll after poll clearly shows that Canadians understand this, and we must all do our part to combat climate change. We have struggled together through an unprecedented global pandemic. We have witnessed firsthand how vulnerable humanity is to germs, pathogens, and disease. In many ways, this pandemic is a dark preview of the looming environmental crisis, as some have argued, has already begun. Now is the time for environmental reconciliation. Nedergelink, a Mi'kmaq concept for environmental sustainability, is something that I've been taught. Indigenous teachings share that all things are interconnected and humanity must be stewards of our environment. When we nurture and respect our environment will nurture and heal us. Unfortunately, we have allowed greed and profit to contaminate our relationship with our environment. But as a country, we are waking up to a brand new reality where we can work to mitigate the impact of climate change. We can all do our part, and Canada can lead the way. During COVID-19, we have each shouldered burdens economically and emotionally, all for the greater good of survival. But we need guidance. We need to be armed with the scientific knowledge of how we could affect change in our day-to-day actions. Colleagues, that is what environmental grading labeling, if done right, can do. It can give Canadians the ability to make better choices each and every day, that will fight climate change and work towards a better, more sustainable future for generations to come. We need to transition to an economic model that is sustainable, just, and works within our planet's social and ecological boundaries. Environmental grading would not only enable Canadians to make the environmental conscious choice, but it would encourage Canadians to support local industry and agriculture. When it comes to environmental impact, local will always have an advantage over the larger footprint of international alternatives. It would also give Canadian industries who often exceed environmental and ethical standards a way to demonstrate those commitments clearly and concisely to Canadian consumers. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to address some of the concerns and comments made by my colleagues during the debate. There have been a number of interesting points raised. Many were already addressed in the proposed amendments. I would ask my opposition colleagues to see if the amendments already proposed and accepted address some of the issues that were raised, especially reducing to 7 study meetings by the colleague from MP from Windsor West. And I believe that the study at committee would be a fantastic venue to explore all the other issues that we have raised. But I would like to thank the colleague, my colleague member from Victoria, for her comments in the first hour. I appreciate that she saw the potential for an environmental grading label and incentivizing positive choices that could drive the shift to sustainable green economies. But I would also like to acknowledge her concerns, namely that there is some questions as to how effective eco-labeling would be in practice. This concern highlights the need for a federal approach to green labeling. Simply seeing the difference in calories between two items on a menu can be enough to change what one orders at a restaurant. Inconsistent eco-labels, however, designed independently by different companies, lack the ability to cross-reference and compare, which is currently confusing to an average consumer. But with a uniform federal approach, consumers, even those who lack expertise or specialized knowledge, will be able to quickly compare products and alter their purchasing decisions with ease, thereby making informed decisions that will encourage more sustainable and environmental choices, which in turn will encourage companies to make sustainable and environmentally friendly products. Colleagues, think about the art of the possible. In Canada, we can be global leaders on this front. I humbly ask you to join with me and allow this motion to study for the process to move forward. And finally, I'll end with an Indigenous proverb.
I'm sorry, the time is up. The honourable member, that time is up. It being 3:29, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Baptiste, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House recognize that Canadians understand that climate change represents a threat to our way of life. Should I dispense? Dispense? Mr. Assassi, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing the words "and," subsection A, replacing the words "and," B, subsection B, the Standing Committee on Environment. Should I dispense? Dispense. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair now. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
The NDP requests a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
It being 3:30, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Monday, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.